welcome to South Pine Sports Complex. This is the Toyota AFL Open, the inaugural AFL Open, combining the wheelchair tournament. We're on court 2, as you can see, and the inclusion carnival as well out on the ovals. We have got a jam-packed couple of days of action. It did start last week in terms of the wheelchair lightning rounds, and we have now divided the teams into Division 1 and Division 2. And we start this morning on court 2, the broadcast court. And what a cracker. You talk about state of origin and rivalries. They don't get bigger than Victoria and South Australia. The Crow Eaters and the Big V. And of course, 2 Victorian teams, Metro and Country, so similar to the under-18 Carnival. My name is Brett Thomas, and joining me today, a man who has covered the wheelchair footy for a long time, Austin Kruger from AFL Victoria. Great to have you with us, Aussie.
Yes, thank you, Brett. Very excited to be here. 3rd Carnival, so absolutely pumped. Got up here a couple of days ago, been watching the action. It's the atmosphere's been fantastic. The whole team at AFL Queensland have put on a really good show, and it's wonderful to see the 2 competitions, as you mentioned, merge together as one. It's just built a really great environment, and it's going to be very exciting to see how Vic Metro is going to do up against South Australia. Of course, these 2 have had a storied history between them, so very excited for this one to get underway, Brett.
Yeah, well, let's talk about some of that history, because in terms of this wheelchair tournament, even though this is the first AFL Open, the wheelchair and the inclusion carnival have run separately for many years, and South Australia were the dominant team, especially at the start of this tournament. Yeah,
well, South Australia sort of actually organised the first ever game of wheelchair AFL back in 2015 down at the RAAF base in South Australia. It was just you know, they put up some goalposts, got it going, and then a couple of years later, Disability Sports Australia got the national championships running. South Australia won the first 4 championships, a couple of them against Vic Metro, so they really got the game going, did South Australia, and really were pioneers of this fantastic game, as along with RSL Active and Disability Sports Australia. So the first national event back in 2019, as I mentioned, won the next 4, but Vic Metro, they have won the last 2, so they've gone back to back. They're looking for the 3-peat. They want to try and beat South Australia's record. So it's, I don't think there's a better way to start off proceedings today than these 2 teams. Yeah, we're not too far away from getting this going as well. So Vic Metro have been very strong across the tournament so far. They've had some big results. Yeah, they certainly have. They weren't quite up to standard in the Lightning Carnival, but when the divisional games rocked around, they've absolutely dominated. They're 2-0 at the moment. They're currently sitting first on the ladder, and of course the first and second teams will qualify into the grand final. So we've got Vic Metro number 1, Tassie not far behind in 2nd. South Australia, they're in 4th, so this is a bit of a must-win game for South Australia if they really want to try and get into that grand final. And some quality players on both sides. You saw a couple of the stars go into the middle, and Tisha Shadwell is among the best centres in the comp. Yeah, she's arguably the best centre in wheelchair AFL, coming off a 2024 premiership season with Richmond Football Club down in the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. Won the best on-ground medal back in the 2022 grand final as well. So she's an absolute star of the game. Watch out for her in the centre, and watch out for James Wynett. It's going to be trailing right behind out of that centre matchup. 2 Richmond teammates know each other very well, so it's going to be exciting to see how Tisha's going to match up, but she could be in line for one of the league best and fairest within this competition with how she's been playing. And the big fella there, number 4, is Ryan Smith. Now, he plays for St Kilda. He's got the number 4. He's got a big handball on him. He does. He's got a bit of the plugger. He does, yes. He's coming off that forward line. He's coming off a big season too. Is Rhino. He needed crack the ton. He needed 15 goals in the last game to get to 100, and he got 15 before half time. Oh my lord! He won the league best and fairest. He's kicked over 100 twice now within the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. He's an absolute superstar, and watch out for Seb Welsh as well on the forward line, the 16-year-old who burst onto the scene last year, who's shaking hands on the oval here. So we'll explain the rules as the match is underway. It's similar to netball, isn't it, Aussie, where we divide the court into thirds, so backs can go into the centre, centres can travel around everywhere, and forwards can go centre and forward. Exactly right. The forwards will be wearing the blue wristbands, and they're the only ones that can score. All right, let's get this underway, and Vic Metro will take possession and go forward to the big fella Ryan Smith, and he is happy to take that go back and launch a big one, because Aussie, as we have mentioned now, he's got a huge handball. Will they have a shot? No, it's unselfish. We'll set up a certain score, and there is the first goal of the morning to Vic Metro. What a start, Aussie. Fantastic. As I mentioned pre-game there, out of the middle, Shadwell to Wynett, into Smith. Very unselfish passed that one off to Seb Welsh. He's coming off a 9-goal performance up against Queensland yesterday, and he's starting off strong here this morning.
And so important to get first possession, isn't it?
It is.
Well, Shadwell taps it out. Deft touch up to Ryan Smith, and this is just textbook stuff from Vic Metro. The goals are open. Will he have a crack again? Unselfish, finds his teammate and should set up a good opportunity here for back-to-back goals for Vic Metro. And it is through. So what a start. We talk about how powerful this side has been and the form that they have been in, and Seb Welsh has gone back-to-back. So South Australia on the back foot early. They would love to win the tip-off or the throw-up here.
Yeah, just need to try, play their own game, win it out of the middle, slow things down a little bit, because we know Vic Metro, they can get on the board quite quickly, as we can see. Hillsborough now trying to hunt that one down. He's going to have a tough day matching up on James Wynett, who's got the Sharon in hands. Him alongside with Hayden Auber in defence. I mean, they are almost impenetrable. It's probably the strongest facet of the game there for Vic Metro.
Here is the Shadwell just covering all the court, and Seb Welsh 2 goals now up into the middle. The overlap handball to Wynett kept going. And there's a collision. We're going to see a lot of these over the next couple of days, aren't we?
Yes, it's a very physical game. If you're here live in person as well, you can actually just smell the rubber coming off the wheels. So it's great to see. And of course, if the player falls out of their chair and if it's within the play of the game, it will be stopped. But if it's down the other court, the play will resume.
Yeah, it becomes almost like a pit lane on the sidelines.
Yes.
We've got, you know, tyre changes and all sorts of stuff happening. So Welsh is in possession and can bang 3 on the board early in this contest.
It'll be interesting to see if he's going to pass it off or not.
From outside the arc, or was he passing, or was he having a shot? It's out of bounds.
Yeah, so he was passing it off. Just a bit of lack of communication there between Smith and Welsh. Rhino wasn't quite aware that it was coming in, but Welsh just a little wry smile there, understanding not the end of the world as of yet.
So South Australia coming out of defence. He's got a long option on if he can move it out towards half-back and finds Leonard. 2 brothers in this South Australian team today, Grant and Rick. As Rick goes long, and they move it up towards the centre line. Billsborough in possession. South Australian player has gone down off the ball, and that is Richard Davis. He is helped up, and they go in hard, but there's always a lot of good sportsmanship we see out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely there is, and sometimes it does get a bit fiery between them. At the end of the day, they shake hands at the end of the game, and much like the inclusion carnival, which we'll see later, sportsmanship is a big part of the AFL Open.
Oh, geez, that was a delightful-looking handball there from Siraj Habib into space. Leonard was breaking, but just a little bit too much air underneath that, and the ball goes out of play.
Yeah, Siraj, he's had a good year for the Woodville West Torrents. They went undefeated in the Sample Wheelchair League, winning the grand final over Norwood. 25 games he's played for them, so he's one to watch in defence.
Hayden Auber as Wynett comes in, but he finds Shadwell. She just so graceful across the court, works away in the space just so beautifully, and they've come up to the centre line now. Players getting back into position. Oh, Shadwell, how did she go unmarked outside the arc? It's like no one saw her. And out we come now to Auber. Auber looking for the big fella and finds him at full stretch. Great take.
It'll be important for Smith's confidence early just to try and nail one. He's going to rush through this one.
Oh, from downtown, is it through? The goal umpire had a good look at it and says all clear. And Vic Metro have kicked the first 3. He's been unselfish so far, but why not, when you've got a big handball like that, have a ping at the big sticks?
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that's what's beautiful about this Vic Metro side is they are willing to wait for the right option, pass it off, and it doesn't matter who gets the goals as long as the team is in front.
Emily Pakes from Sturt's come on for her first look of the afternoon, and here is Vic Metro just moving that ball quickly, but it touched the hand there of Ryan Smith. It's a South Australian ball regardless.
Yeah, it was a nice little deflection there from Habib and actually came back off Smith, but it looks like the umpire's going to be giving it to Metro there. It looked like it was a clear SA ball there.
Well, the goal is open, and he has seen it, and he is just missing to the left-hand side. First behind of the morning.
They've been very accurate throughout the Lightning Carnival. Actually had 13 goals for yesterday, 2 of them rushed. So they are in good form in front of the big sticks, Metro. Only 2 minutes remaining in this first term.
Beautiful ball. Leonard full stretch, can't take it out of bounds. Vic Metro win back possession.
James Wynett here won the BOG Kevin Faulkner medal in last year's national championship for Vic Metro, also for Richmond in their grand final in the Victorian League.
Well, plays for Richmond, but that was Scott Pendlebury, just working the ball into space that no one else saw, and sets it up for Ryan Smith, and danger signs for South Australia, because this margin can be tough to reel in, even on a small court with a fast-paced game.
Yeah, exactly right. Unfortunately for South Australia, they just haven't quite got the squad that they had last year. There was a few late outs, so they're not quite at full strength for South Australia, but they still are a championship team.
Habib, well done. Tap back there by Ryan Smith, and the dinky little handball trying to go back to him didn't come off. Habib read that beautifully. Pakes was just on the court in the last couple of minutes. Leonard, clever tap into space. Vic Metro get it back. Nice take. They're out of danger.
And I just want to mention as well there, Brett, it's got to be 3 metres for the mark to be paid, as we saw in defence with Habib. It just wasn't quite at that 3 metres, hence why the umpire called play on.
So Welsh trying to get free. Wynett the short option. But Wynett, goes into Shadwell. Now to Ryan Smith, and just works that beautifully in the low post area if you're a basketball fan. Gets a deep seal and very hard to get around. The lefty just missing to the left-hand side. So a couple of points on the board. Fired that one through. Vic Metro well in control. This is Division 1, 6 teams in this, and we've got 3 in Division 2. We'll be calling some Division 2 games today. We've got is it New South Wales, the NT, and an RSL combined team as well.
RSL active, so it's going to be pretty fiery. Northern Territory haven't won a game yet within the wheelchair champs. It's just a great mark taken on the outer side there from Jarrett.
So Jarrett, an Eagles player in the SA competition outside the arc. He's going to give himself plenty of space and maybe just have a launch at the big sticks. We've got Leonard and Shadwell just there on the goal line as time runs out.
So 123 goals in 26 games as Jarrett.
Well, he knows where the big sticks are, gets right behind that. Might have just snuck in for a score. It is a minor score, so they get on the board, not the goal that they were searching for. But at the end of that period, Vic Metro are 4-2-26 and SA just the one behind.
Yeah, dominant first quarter there. Welsh and Smith sharing the load with 2 goals apiece. Felt like South Australia were just starting to get a little bit more possession and control of the game towards the latter stage of the quarter. But at the end of the day, a lot of damage has been done on the scoreboard already. So
we have 4 7-minute quarters in these division games. And then the finals, when we get to those tomorrow, we'll be bringing that to you live on KO Freebies and YouTube as well. There'll be 4 10-minute quarters as we just look at the replay and that final shot after the siren, unfortunately just sailing wide there from Jarrett. So South Australia getting into their huddle, and what do you think they'll be talking about, Aussie? Just about their court positioning and not sort of allowing that easy flow forward that Vic Metro seem to be getting. Yeah, I think James Wynett and Hayden Auber out of defence have been really instrumental in setting up the play into the forward line, and probably a few too many times they've just been unopposed without a player on them. So probably just sharpening up a little bit there. Maybe even the forwards need to get up the ground a little bit, just apply a bit more pressure onto the likes of Auber and Wynett, because at the moment they are doing what they like, and I think for the most part they're doing okay against Smith and Sebastian Welsh. Obviously they've got 4 goals, but with some of the form that Vic Metro's in, that's actually not a bad result there for South Australia. That goal there on the siren, that really could have changed the momentum for the South Australians, but unfortunately wasn't quite to be. Vic Metro, Tisha Shadwell, you mentioned she's probably the best centre in wheelchair footy. And just in terms of the mix of the male-female players, there's no limit on that. It just comes down to how they classify them. Yeah, exactly right. So Tisha, she is the only female player within the Victoria squads this year, but we do have a lot of female representation in the Victorian leagues. Last year as well in the national championships, we had a all-female game, which we'll be doing in the Inclusion Carnival this year as well. So we are trying to promote to get more participants into the game. And Tisha, I mean, she's, as I said, she's might not just be the best centre, but just the best player, and just goes about her business and barely breaks a sweat doing it. Just very cool, calm and collected character is Tish, and she's having a fantastic tournament already. She's also a development coach for both Victoria sides, so we're going to see her on the sidelines for both Vic Country and Vic Metro throughout. All right, let's get this second quarter underway and see what South Australia can do to work their way back into this contest. Looks like Vic's made a few changes here. So Nick Bryant's made a move into the centre
We've also got Judlin Anthony into defence there for Vic Metro.
Oh, I think Tisha Shadwell is just having a bit of a rest, won just about every hit out. Vic Metro's done it again, but it goes the way of SA. The handball over the top there from Jarrett. Quick thinking, and they'll need to improvise a bit, maybe just take a few risks and get aggressive with their ball movement like that.
Exactly right. I mean, at this point of the game, they've got nothing to lose to South Australia. This is a must-win game for them, so you've got to take all the risks you can and try convert something onto the scoreboard soon. Put some early pressure on the Vics.
Wynette's just dominating across there. To Nick Bryant, plays for St Kilda as well.
Had a good year to the Saints. They came from bottom of the ladder in 2023 to finishing second this year. They've also made a few trades in the off-season, so one to watch next year.
Wynette through the middle. And feeling fresh and getting involved a number of times. Bryant, they work that toward the forward line. Smith, can he keep it in? With the bib, looks back at the umpire, just wondering, give the ball to me?
I think that's going to be a South Australian ball. I mean, both even... they're going to ball it up, so good call there from the ump. If it is, a 50-50 and unsure, they bring them in about 2 metres from the boundary and do a ball up.
So Smith is just hanging off the side there, waiting for the ball to come to him. Got the friendly bounce, fires at the goals. And just missing. Great positioning. There was just no one around him, and the ball came in his direction. And again, winning hit-outs has been crucial for Vic Metro out of the middle, and then that forward stoppage as well is... Yeah, not a great turnover there from Habib, but he's been solid across his defensive line. He's been quite busy.
Yes, he certainly has. He's going to have a tough day at the office trying to match up on 2 of the stars of wheelchair AFL in Welsh and Smith.
Wynette fires that in, breaking out into space was Welsh, brings the ball under control. Good handball over the top. Pakes was caught between them. The South Australian, the meat in the sandwich. And Welsh wins the footy. Quick hands, they work it out. Wynette now, he can't have a ping at the goals because only forwards can score in wheelchair footy. But when you've got Ryan Smith, you probably want to give it off to the big fella anyway.
Exactly right. He's in good touch.
He's been a little bit offline, but he's put that one through. So he is just dominating today, and so are the Vics. They are up by 32 points a few minutes into this second quarter.
Yeah, I was speaking to Ryan Smith yesterday, and he said he feels like he's in the best touch he's ever been in throughout his career. So coming off a league best and fairest in the Vic League, and there we go, out of the middle yet again.
Unbelievable.
Set play.
Just blindingly fast ball movement. They work it up to the big fella again. There's really not much you can do about that. The lefty, Leonard just waving the line, hoping it might just kind of drop short, but it didn't. It is through for yet another goal. And Vic Metro moved to 6-3-39, and SA just the one behind so far.
Yes, so Vic Metro, I mean, coming in today, 2 wins, 0 losses, percentage of 440. So
wow.
They have been touching up some teams.
Now, can you tell us what happened in the lightning rounds between Vic Metro and Queensland? Because I think Vic Metro rested a few. Queensland got the win. They might have got a little bit too cocky about themselves leading into the division rounds.
So, and there was actually a shot on the siren. Anthony Pareto shot to put the Vics back up. He missed it, and Queensland went undefeated. So coming into yesterday, there was a little bit of chatter going around that maybe Vic Metro aren't quite what they used to be, and I think they touched them up by about 55 points in front of some very vocal crowds. So,
well, what I heard,
yes,
it's a bit of Tom Brown type of sources,
yes,
is that there was a bit of chatter going on in the Queensland change rooms that a Vic Metro team member may have heard.
Yes.
Passed it on to his teammates, and they said, that's it, we're going to show them who are the kings of wheelchair footy.
I'm not going to name any names, but there may be a pretend phone conversation to listen in to some of the Queenslanders talking a little bit of smack, but and the country team also got the win against them as well. So it was a good day if you're a Victorian fan.
Beautiful movement there. Jude Anthony, Ryan Smith, and he has found Sebastian Welsh. So the St Kilda combination, he's fired that through, and that is a goal.
Seb Welsh, what a story. So he burst onto the scene last year in the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. So in Victoria, we've got a community league and the seniors, so almost like a seniors and reserves. So he burst onto the scene. He won the community best and fairest, won the grand final with St Kilda, 10 goals in the grand final, made the move up into the seniors this year, got the Metro call up, and it's just a great story for someone who's only 16 years of age.
And here they go again. Vic Metro out of the middle. Ryan Smith, I feel for Siraj Habib.
Yes.
Playing on the big fella today. I mean, he's been doing well, but when they're moving it that fast and that precisely, again, the Saints combination of Smith into Welsh. Another goal.
Even Nick Bryant in the centre, another St Kilda player. And of course, we've got 2 Richmond players down in defence in Judlin Anthony and James Wynett.
Which would help, having guys that play together coming into State of Origin, and they probably have limited time to train, and SA can't buy a free at the moment. And that's Billsbury, who just come on the court. Unfortunately went against him. Jude Anthony is Jarrett. Is he coming over just for a chat or a rest? I think he's just checking that there with the umpire. And Bryant's having a real impact coming on the court in the second term. Yeah,
you know, as a South Australia perspective, you go, oh, thank God Shadwell's off the court, and then Bryant comes on and is doing just about as much damage.
As I said, Welsh gives himself plenty of space, rolling in with the momentum. And another goal to Vic Metro. This is a dominant performance. They're going to put this game away by half-time the way it's tracking.
Yeah, 56 points the margin, only a minute and change left till half-time. So they're doing what they want out there at the moment on the Metro side.
4 7-minute quarters. And the hit out goes South Australia's end, but Jude Anthony through for a behind. I just heard a call of deliberate. Don't tell me we have deliberate rush behinds in wheelchair footy.
It's got to be the most deliberate thing you've ever seen if that were to be called.
Well, I've been
calling it for 3 years. I've yet to see it, but if it was going to happen, it would be against Judlin Anthony. Doesn't mind it.
Well, geez, he went from the back pocket over the centre. Just the entry was lacking a little bit. Here is SA. Just needs some court position. They go into Billsborough, but Anthony, he is super fast, lightning quick across the court, coming on as the fresh player. Billsborough, though, will take the footy. Looking for Jarrett. He's in between 2 Vic Metro players, looking over at the umpire for a bit of support. Or was he looking across to a teammate? Either way, he got none. Wynett. A lot of wheels colliding. Ryan Smith, no one near him. South Australian defence just pushing up, thinking that Vic Metro would try and move it through the midfield. But again, they've got some players who can handle along. And there's one of them. But he has missed on this occasion. Almost thought that snuck through. Did it? Maybe just over the post to the right.
It's actually one of the toughest jobs in wheelchair AFL has been the goal umpire, because the players always celebrate as if it's a goal, and the posts, they're only 220 centimetres, so it's a little bit hard sometimes.
Bit of Anthony Rocker in the 2002 grand final, celebrating like he thought it was a goal.
Exactly right.
All right, so it is Vic Metro with a 57-point lead at half-time. This is the Toyota AFL Open.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out, over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota. hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
So welcome back to South Pine Sports Complex in Brendale, north of Brisbane. About to get this second half underway, 9:4:58 and two behind South Australia. Brett Thomas and Austin Kruger from AFL Victoria. Aussie, it has been all one-sided in the first half. We may actually see Vic Metro start to rotate a few more players off their bench.
Yeah, we've already seen that. So we've got Ben Jankowski coming into the forward line and Angelo Mavroudis as well. So Mavroudis does a lot of coaching. He's just lined up behind Shadwell there. And looks like we've got the same in defence of Orba and Wynett.
We've got the centre pairing that we started the match off as SA get the ball, but Vic Metro win possession back. And Wynett has just been so dominant when the ball has come across his defensive line and pushing up the court as well. Shadwell, we've talked about how well she moves across the court. And so Seb Welsh and Ryan Smith, as you mentioned, have come off for a rest. So they've got a new forward pairing. Jankowski, will he have a shot? It's open at the moment. As he comes in, Leonard is onto it, but ball never dropped short. It did go to the left-hand side and through for A behind.
Just missing that one there, Jankowski. He's the captain of the Collingwood Football Club. He's an absolute star. He does some great work in this space as well.
So it is 9:5:59. South Australia, the two behinds at the moment. We'll just adjust that scoreboard for you. It is 4 by 7 minute quarters if you're just joining us. This is a Division 1 game. Working through the middle, firing at the goals. Mavroudis coming on the court in this second half. And Vic Metro doing as they please.
Yeah, Angelo Mavroudis, he's had a bit of a breakout year in 2024. He spent some time in the Community League the past couple of years, but this season he ended up finishing second in the league for goals. And he had 8 goals in a winning grand final performance.
Here we go, South Australia. Can they get their first goal? Oh, it's tapped through. What will the score be? Well, it should be a behind.
Yeah, I don't think he quite had possession of the football before the line there. So unfortunate for South Australia, not quite.
So for those that are unfamiliar, in terms of the mode of transport, there's handballing and then there's like an underhand kind of shovel pass.
Yeah, so if we're talking AFL terms, a handball would be the equivalent of a kick and an underarm pass would be the equivalent of a handball. So of course, as we've seen there, the handball creates a stoppage of play and a mark, but if he goes the underarm pass, that will be play on.
And so is an underarm pass, can that be a goal?
No, it has to be a handball through the goals.
Beautiful. Yeah. Here is Shadwell in the middle for Vic Metro. South Australia still searching for their first goal, but they need to win the ball back. Wynett would have played, I think, just about every minute. Jankowski now outside the arc.
And he's still barely broken a sweat as Wynett.
And he's just hoping that someone can break free. A lot of blocking going on off the ball. He's patient. I don't think he wants to have the shot. In fact, he goes over to Shadwell and back into Jankowski. Did he play on?
So,
holding the ball.
Yeah, it wasn't quite 3 metres on the pass. Umpire called play on. Jankowski was unaware, and that's why it's called holding the ball. Of course, a touch laid on the player.
Oh. Geez, that was a beautiful handball into space for Billsborough, but just not quite full stretch, able to take possession. So Wynett now right in front of us here, the broadcast side of this. This is court 2. And outdoors, of course, we've got the Inclusion Carnival. What a unbelievable handball into space. Jankowski. Again, just seeing movement and players that he could get the ball to that others probably couldn't.
Yeah, sharing the cake around there beautifully, the Metro boys. And as you said there, Brett, that pass from Wynett was beautiful.
Mavroudis outside the three-point line. The lefty just missing through for a behind.
Very accurate start, but just in the second and third quarter, haven't quite been nailing their shots here, Metro. Mavroudis and Jankowski coming on. A couple of early misses.
10-6, 66, 2 behinds. Third quarter here as SA work the ball out of defence to Stuart Webster. He's going to go long, risky pass. Leonard, though, wins the mark. Great sportsmanship as everyone comes in to help him up.
Yeah, we've got Tara, the team manager, as well. We've got Young Dan from South Australia.
So just in terms of collisions, what's illegal? Can you just kind of smash into someone? I'm guessing that would.
So yeah, no, you can't just purposely smash into someone. It's almost like AFL. If you've got eyes for the football and you're going for the contest, then the contact is allowed. But if there's no one around and you're purposely barging in from the front or back, a free kick can be awarded.
We do see some big collisions regardless in this sport. And here is Grant Leonard. So Rick finds his brother in the middle. And now Rick is going long, but it won't get there. Wynett reading the ball so beautifully. And you can see everyone pushing back because they know how far he can handball that ball. He could almost go into that inside the arc, and now he wants it back, breaking the space down the line. But Shadwell coming up beautifully. Got that from Hayden Orber. And another delightful entry from Vic Metro. They can set up for goal here.
Yeah, Mavroudis again. Missed his first opportunity, but he's a quality player. As I mentioned, he had 8 goals in the winning grand final for the Richmond Football Club. He's a bit stiff not to get BOG, to be honest.
The big wind-up, the left-handed handball. I think he may have hooked that late, or is it a goal? I'm not sure the goal umpire is hugely confident as what that score is.
Looks very close. I think that's going to be called a behind.
I think it hooked late.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no arc, thankfully, so it is confirmed to behind. We do have a replay, though, and I think that swung late. They are quite short goalposts, which probably doesn't make it too easy for the goal umpire, as there's a collision there between Wynett and Leonard, out of play.
Yeah, I know we did have a couple of the 280 centimetres floating about, but at the moment it is quite tough, and it might look easy on the vision there. It's a good interception, but it is actually quite tight, those goals. It's very hard once you're out there to score.
Yeah, Leonard's having a good game.
He's one of the more experienced.
Yeah, I don't know if he's come off for a rest. And speaking of rest, Stuart Webster had just come on the court, and he has won the footy in the middle for SA. He's got a one-on-one ahead of him. Make that 1-on-2. Wynett, those long arms, and it was Grant Leonard hoping the ball would come over the back. Now Vic Metro working across their defensive line. Hayden Orber, Wynett, big collision there with Webster. And again, just an end-to-end there from Vic Metro, and Mavroudis outside the arc. He's going to work it into that low post area.
He might give this back to, he does, back to Mavroudis.
Yeah, well done. Unselfish play. Jankowski into Mavroudis. And what would have been a tough shot on goal became a virtual certainty, and Vic Metro kick ahead again. 73 plays too, so huge margin with 30 seconds remaining in this third quarter.
Yeah, and they've had some big wins in the divisional game. Victoria defeated Queensland by 55 points, and then against WA.
There's Jankowski from Mavroudis. That left pocket area. He's been really unselfish from this position. We've seen him pass it off, but why not have the shot? He goes in, all clear. Another goal to Vic Metro. Right on the stroke of three-quarter time. Huge lead. They move to 12-7, 79, and SA are 2 behinds. Brett Thomas and Austin Kruger will come back after this with the fourth quarter.
Told him. Just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. He don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
So start of the fourth quarter, Vic Metro absolutely dominant in this Division game. Division 1 game, they are 12-7-79. South Australia 2 behinds. Brett Thomas, Austin Kruger, great to have your company on KO Freebies or YouTube, wherever you may be watching us this afternoon in the north of Brisbane. And Aussie, dominant performance from Vic Metro. Let's hope SA can win this quarter. Do you think that would be the goal of the Croatians in this turn?
Yeah, absolutely. Listening to Pepper and Yang Dan there on the sidelines, I think just fight for a little bit of pride, as you said, win the quarter, just try to get a little bit more respect back onto the scoreboard and try to take a bit of momentum into the next game, of course. They'll be in action later today at 2 o'clock up against Queensland. So, just as I said, go in with a bit more momentum.
Yeah, I heard Richard Davis from Norwood very vocal in the three-quarter time huddle as we see a big collision. Loose ball comes up towards Welsh and Vic Metro just losing possession there. So a chance for South Australia. Stuart Webster up on the wing, has a ping and looks back and apologises for that. Maybe got just a little bit hungry there, but why not? Why not have a shot?
Exactly. At this point.
And Vic Metro, not just offensively, but defensively in terms of their territory game, have just really controlled it from one end of the court to the other today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the goal scorers and the forwards, they often get the rewards, but really, as you said, I think it's the defenders that have really put them in this position. As Perito's hunting this one down.
Now, Perito is one of your favourite players. If that ball goes out of bounds, we'll get you to talk a bit more about him. As paddled forward there by Anthony Welsh, the low little handball goes out of bounds. Why do you love Perito so much?
He's just, and he's been told to play on here. Oh, this is why. I couldn't quite.
Unbelievable.
He's just got X factor. He can score him from. He can score him nearly from New South Wales, Camperito. He's just got the biggest arm on him. He's also just one of the best blokes going around. A lot of passion, so nice. Big hug when I saw him yesterday. Here he is.
Oh, over the head, no. Too unselfish.
He was.
Yeah, Trevor Jarrett with right next to the South Australian bench, and he looked over. He was loving it as well. We saw him go with the over the head handball in the first quarter. And here is your boy Perito. Or he's going to move the sponsor side.
Yeah.
Sorry, Toyota. The Toyota AFL Open. We're just doing some rearranging of the furniture. How did Welsh get free? And that, I think, might be goal number 6. So Ryan Smith was dominant the first half. He had, 4, I think he got there on the scoreboard. And Welsh had a break in the third term. Comes on the court and scores early in this fourth quarter. 4 7-minute quarters in Division 1.
Yeah, he might be in line for the top goal scorer in Division 1, Sebastian Welsh. He had 9 yesterday. I think about 6 in the game afterwards, putting another 6 today. So he's just been dominant.
So I think Webster thought that was his ball. Wynett, just in the field of play, was it? Yep.
Yeah, just.
So here is the big fella, Perito. Long way from home. He's got Welsh, though, over the top. Leonard. Vic Metro, certain score on the way. Unselfish play, great teamwork. And Welsh puts it through the big sticks. We're on watch for 10 goals now, I reckon. He's got 7.
So it's 5's a bag in AFL, but 10's a bag in wheelchair AFL. So he's very close, and we've just seen that underarm pass on display there as well from Bryant, giving it back to Welsh. Can be a risky manoeuvre, but worked out on that occasion.
Because if you are touched, then that's holding the footy.
Yes.
And how long do you have to get rid of it when it's a handball?
You've got about a second. If you've just picked it up, they get the touch on you, you've got to get rid of it quick, smart, or you will be getting pinned. Perito, he's in range here. He's passed off the last couple. I want him to just back himself in.
He's gone with the big run-up, clap him in. Perito, the long ball. Geez, I thought from our angle that was almost a goal.
Yeah, he's a star, was Perito. He's former Essendon, now Collingwood in the VWFL. He's a big black and white supporter. He loves the Magpies. He kicked about 4 goals in 90 seconds to nearly create a comeback for the Pies. As I was getting stuck into paddles for actually taking him off the ground in the third quarter. I said, mate, why did you do that? He shook his head and agreed. So
Stuart Webster now looking for pay or no, over her head. Vic Metro get it back. Perito, whine it, close to best on the court. If it wasn't for this man, Welsh. 7 goals already from the corner. Nick Bryant.
So he's a centre position player, so can't score a goal.
So Perito getting forward. Good body work there on Davis. Leonard closing in late. Couldn't get the spoil. So Perito for goal as South Australia make a number of changes. Webster's done well. He's coming off for a rest. Jarrett is back on the court. And there is a goal. So Perito gets his first on the court for the first time in this fourth quarter. And just the luxury of just having quality players on the bench and just working through their rotation. Because when we get to the finals tomorrow, especially if they get any sort of injuries or they might be down in the game, they've got a deep bench there, Aussie.
Yeah, well, we've just seen that's now 5 individual goal scorers, which is quite rare for wheelchair AFL. Normally, you're only sort of seeing 2 to 3 tops, but Vic Metro, 5 individual goal scorers, fantastic. In South Australia, they've got 3 minutes. Can they get this goal? I've got a feeling they might be able to create something in this little foray forward.
Well, here is Jarrett coming forward at full stretch, takes it outside the arc. Wynett is back on the goal line. Will he have the journey from here, though, if he decides to have the ping?
I think it's going to be right on his range. Wynett's going to be tracking between staying on the goal line but also putting to the defence on Billsborough.
So we'll just gain his composure, couple of deep breaths from the scorer's bench. All the way, was it touched? Wynett says yes, no score review. And there is the first goal of the afternoon for South Australia. And well done to Trevor Jarrett.
Yeah, nice moment there. At least they did get on the board, finish off the game strong. Try not to let the Vics crack the ton and playing for a bit of pride at this point.
And he's got a bit of kinetic tape on that shoulder as well as he wins the footy. Gets it over the top. Billsborough open goal. Hit the post. Or the plastic or whatever that goal post is made out of. They're quite narrow as well.
They are. Like I said, it's especially when you get out there on the chair, it's very difficult as Perito. He's, as I said, he's within range, but he's very unselfish. He'll pass it off. But I'm a selfish viewer. I just want to see him banging from outside.
I do as well. Here is Welsh. They get it inside that arc, and he can go back and have a shot. Wynett just off to the side. Gets the momentum going. Missing to the right-hand side. So 2 minutes to play in this Division 1 game. We've got a full day of action here on KO Freebies and YouTube as well. They're about to crack the ton. They're 15-9-99, SA 139. They worked the ball out of defence. Pay couldn't quite win possession. Wynett was so fast into Welsh, and he is directly in front, can have another shot at goal.
Yeah, that's why Wynett was the best on ground in the grand final of the Vic League and the Nationals the past 2 years, which is great to see for a defender.
Leonard getting back on the goal line over his head. That is a goal. So Welsh is up to 8. We have minute 43 remaining in this game. So 10 is not out of the question if they keep winning.
They've actually just changed that
They
one.
reversed the score. I tell you what, from what I saw initially, I thought it was behind, but they paid the goal, so I went with that. But It has been overturned, so that is a behind. They come out of defence. Leonard, Davis into Leonard. Davis breaking out towards the outer wing. Big collision. Big collision. Wynett goes down.
So we just see the strength there from Wynett, just getting back up. And he looks to be in a bit of pain there, so he might have just hurt the rib area. I think at this point in the game there, Brett, maybe just take him off, put him on ice, because the Vics may just lock up the number 1 spot on the ladder with this victory.
Into Welsh at full stretch. Pay getting in front, but the long arms there of Welsh. Turns his back on the play, so I think he wants to have a shot. No, he's going to go into Perito. Caught the South Australian defence napping, and your man Perito. Yes. Goal coming up.
We can hope so. He's got the one already. He's also set up a couple.
Over the top and a goal.
I don't think I've ever seen him score that many from so close to the goals. It's unusual to see.
So getting close to a 100-point margin. 106 plays 10. And just over a minute remaining in this Division 1 contest. Vic Metro. South Australia won the first, was it 4?
Yes, yeah, they won the first 4 national championships, a couple of them against this Victorian squad. And then Vic Metro defeated South Australia back in 2022 to win their
when
first
they were Vic
chance.
Blue back then?
Vic Blue back then. Then last year up against Western Australia. And this year they could be going for the 3-peat.
Welsh, the long one is a goal. And just a dominant afternoon. Hard to pick best on court, I think. Aussie.
Yeah, Wynett's been instrumental, but it's hard to look past what's that 8 goals now for Seb Welsh. And I just want to give a quick shout out to the team manager who couldn't quite make it up here, Steve Odgers, watching from home, who's been instrumental for the past few years in getting this Vic Metro side back into premiership contention. So fantastic to hear that Steve-O is watching from home.
So from the hit out, it goes all the way to the back pocket. Anthony wants to play on across his defensive line. Finds Bryant. Bryant over the top. Almost thought there was a little bit too much air underneath that handball as Billsborough was coming in late. But Wynett has safe possession, so good to see he's okay after that collision. And Welsh now from one end to the other. Perito breaking into space, but he might just come back outside the arc just to leave the goal square open. But instead, the short pass into Perito. And we know he's got the journey from here.
Certainly does. 5 seconds on the clock, so a nice way to finish this game with the Vics, who've cracked the ton in their last 2 games now.
So there is the final siren. Can he finish off with a goal? He fires that through. It is a behind.
He's just smashed one of the fans as well.
So, come down to, if you're in Brisbane, South Pine Sports Complex. Brendale is the suburb. Aussie might get you to go over and just grab a player from Vic Metro, come over and have a chat to us, because it's about building the characters in this league, and they're great athletes. We saw Vic Metro with a dominant performance today, and Aussie's just going over to his favourite player. Only played in the second half, but he's going to have a chat to Perito. Aussie, take the microphone there and we'll get someone over. So the final score, 113-9. And Vic Metro from start to finish. Just controlling all over the court. Barely gave South Australia a look in. And with Ryan Smith and Welsh early, then Perito came on late. And he was incredible. So we'll go over to Austin Kruger now. And he has got their bench weapon. Aussie, take it away.
So we're joined alongside Anthony Perito. Came on there in the second half, had a good impact. Vic Metro now cracked the ton the past 2 games. How's the team feeling about it all?
No, I think we're feeling really well. I think we've got the right rotations. Everyone's staying pretty fresh. No one's sort of really burning out. And we've got a really good team morale. So we're looking strong going into come finals.
And 5 individual goal scorers as well, which is pretty good for wheelchair AFL. That's something Collingwood was able to do throughout the years. That being something that the team's spoken about, obviously coached by Andrew Paddle.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about the rotation. So you've always got like-for-like players coming on, which enables us to have multiple goal scorers and not having to rely on the one goal scorer to get your score. So, yeah, I think that's why it's got us in good stead for come finals.
And also the defence, James Wynett, Hayden Orber. I mean, you guys get the goals, but they were very instrumental in that win.
Jimmy just does what Jimmy does. He's unreal. And Hayden being his first national tournament, replacing Crooksy. Crooksy was a big out for us. And then have Hayden come in and fill the role. Oh, it's just, it's been exceptional. The whole team's doing well.
Well, we thank you for joining us now. I know you don't like the camera too much, but we really appreciate it. And we'll quickly throw it back over to Brett there in the commentary booth.
Yeah, thank you, Aussie. Great work there. Anthony Perito, what a character and what an impact he had. And as he mentioned, the rotation and sharing the score around, sharing the ball around. And so it was our first game this morning. Vic Metro beating SA by 103 points.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back to South Pine Sports Complex, Brendale, northern suburb of Brisbane, for the Toyota AFL Open, the inaugural event combining wheelchair footy and the inclusion carnival as well. My name is Brett Thomas, and joining me for the next 2 days is Austin Kruger, Aussie from AFL Victoria. We've just seen Vic Metro thrash South Australia. That was a one-sided game, but Queensland here against WA should be, hopefully, a more even contest, Aussie.
Yeah, it should be, absolutely. So, obviously, the Queensland, the home state, they had a really impressive Lightning Carnival. They actually went undefeated, going 8-0, finishing first on the ladder. Compared to WA, they finished 5th, so it wasn't quite the Lightning Carnival they were after, but since then, as we've gotten into the divisional games, Queensland, they have started to struggle a little bit. So, as we've gone into the nearly full-length games, they've now 1 and 2. They had 2 games against Vic Metro, Vic Country yesterday. Both went down to the Vic teams. They did get a very controversial victory over Tasmania, so they're probably lucky to have a win on the board, while WA, they're searching for their first win in the divisional series, but they've just really started to improve and getting better and better each game. So I'm expecting this one to be a very close match. And interesting, Brett, we've also got a couple of the WA boys have actually been drafted from Queensland as well. So there's a little bit of pride on the line, plenty of little storylines as we're just moments away from the first bounce.
Well, we talked about one of those storylines involving Queensland and Vic Metro in the Lightning round, where Queensland maybe got a little bit overconfident after beating them once when Vic Metro was playing, maybe they took their foot off the gas a little bit, playing some of their bench guys, and then handed it to them when they played again. So that's quite entertaining, and of course not serious, but just a bit of fun in this tournament. Some of the banter that goes on out on court, some big collisions as well. And tell us about some of the players. We're looking at Queensland now. Give us a player to watch out for out there today. Yeah,
Michael Dobby Bridges. You can't go past Dobby Bridges. He's an absolute superstar up in Queensland. He won the Ambassador of the Year for the AFL National Disability Inclusion Awards, but also on court, 103 goals in 22 games for Morningside Panthers. He won the premiership with them last year with 10 goals in the grand final. He's a 2-time All-Australian, and unfortunately he missed 2022 with injury. He's also a big pioneer of wheelchair AFL in Queensland. So number 7 there in the forward line, Dobby Bridges, one to watch there. And for Western Australia, just there in the middle as well, Zilioli. I was trying to get that one out, so thanks for saving me there.
No, we know we've got to get it right.
So, he's the captain of Subiaco. He's had a very impressive season, 21 goals in his 9 games.
And he loves to go back and watch tape. That's why we have to get pronunciation right, because he goes through a post-match review.
Ravioli, Zilioli, that's how we're going to remember it.
And against Dan the Man, Dan Vanderhoek, the Flying Dutchman, against Ryan Zilioli in the middle. So great to see that wheelchair footy is strong in Queensland as well, hosting the inaugural Toyota AFL Open. And I saw Vanderhoek in the Lightning round, loves to turn that chair around, and Zilioli's got a little bit of Walter White about him as well, just on a different topic. Here is now Orchard across half-back. He's a smooth mover. Saw him in the Lightning round as well. Into Vanderhoek in the middle. Territory game going Queensland's way early. Orchard wanted the handball over the top. Vanderhoek going around him. Into space. Beautiful play there from Queensland, and might set up the first scoring opportunity of the afternoon for Michael Dobby Bridges. In fact, he's unselfish. He'll give it off to Zach Carlson from the Morningside Panthers.
Yes, him and Dobby Bridges, they're teammates, so they know where they like to move, and we could just see that on display.
So, Zilioli on the mark. Pop through. Is it a behind only to Zach Carlson?
So a very good start there from Queensland. Just really dominated the territory, waited for the right option. Now it's WA's turn to try get on the board.
Yeah, Orchard got in the way. Good positioning. Goes out of bounds. It will be a WA ball, but just stop them in their tracks as a WA try and move the ball up the court. And they do so, coming through the middle. And now Ben Green, the captain from West Coast, out looking for Stephen French. Didn't quite come off the long ball. Queensland now across their defensive line. Vanderhoek comes out towards the wing. Alison Mosley. And if you just join us this afternoon, there's no rules in terms of the amount of male and female players. It's just a classification. We talked about that in the Vic Metro game. Orchard's getting a lot of possession. Comes right through the middle. Unchecked was Vanderhoek.
He's been good early stages as Vanderhoek, really setting them up.
So is this man, Tristan Orchard. Brought his own footy. So much possession. Now it's about territory, working the ball up. Zach Carlson, the only scorer so far, long way from home. They've left the goals open. WA tracking back. He goes in that direction. It's hit the post. It's knocked the post clean over. Another behind there to Zach Carlson.
You've got to be careful there, the goal umpire. I've had a few smack me in the head over the years. It just bounces back. But ominous start from Queensland. Just haven't been able to convert on the scoreboard.
Green into Zilioli. Out of play.
They're just struggling a little bit coming out of defence at the moment, Western Australia. They're probably going for some passes that aren't quite there. Just need to take it back to basics. Just try to get some possession.
Carlson plays on, goes into the pocket, full stretch. Dobby Bridges has the footy, unselfish and quick thinking. Finds Zach Carlson directly in front of goal.
Yeah, 2 early misses. This one's going to be important for their confidence here, Brett.
Does he have the yips? He might do. He's missed again. And he's frustrated too. You can see the blue wristbands on. So, again, for those who might be a little bit unfamiliar, even if you've seen other wheelchair sports in footy, in Aussie rules, the blue wristbands, they're the only ones who can score.
Exactly right. So the forwards are the only ones who can score. Yellow wristbands are for centre position players, as that one's going to trickle out of bounds. Centre position players can travel into all thirds of the court. Can't score goals, of course. And then the defenders in the red wristbands. Almost how it's set up zone-wise. If you know the rules of netball, it's similar sort of zoning.
So Dobby Bridges coming well up the court, goes into Mosley. She'll just wander off the mark. Vanderhoek covering a lot of court so far in this first quarter. 4 by 7 minute quarters, just the 3 behind so far. Here is Carlson, gets it again, outside the arc. Tracking back toward the goal line is Ben Green, the captain, but they'll go in short. Clever play. Sets up a scoring opportunity for Michael Dobby Bridges.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's just going to settle the team down, settle the nerves, it's going to be Michael Dobby Bridges, absolute superstar of wheelchair AFL.
Now, this is a Scott Cummings, Ahmed Saad type wander up from the mark. He's gone back a long way to get the momentum and put it through for the first goal for Queensland.
Yeah, nice to just get that one after a few early misses. They've really dominated this quarter, Brett, and have only got 9 points for it. So it'll be interesting to see, can WA respond in these last 2.5 minutes?
Well, we saw Vic Metro. They put a big score on the board early, and the South Australian never recovered as Vanderhoek gets 2 bites at the cherry. The big hit out, but it goes out of bounds. WA in possession across their right back flank. Beautiful handball coming into the middle. Moving into space was the captain, Ben Green, out wide, but they lose it again.
Yeah, just a few costly turnovers.
Kind of just struggling to chain together more than 2 or 3 handball possessions in a row. Free kick to WA.
It looks like it's going to be to a forward as well. So an opportunity with under 2 minutes on the clock to just bring this back to a 3-point ball game, even with all of Queensland's dominance in this term.
Yeah, well, they've really struggled to get that ball up to their forward arc. Vanderhoek on the mark and did well. Those long arms, I think, just put them off and through for their first score of the morning. A behind there to Stephen French, who is that Queenslander you mentioned playing for WA. Queensland being the host there, Aussie, means that they provide some top-up players if needed.
Yeah, exactly right. So Stephen French along with Chris Robson playing for WA. And very good players as well. Stephen French coming off a grand final victory with the Redcliffe Tigers in the QWFL is another opportunity here for the Queenslanders.
So Zach Carlson, left half forward flank, plays on, wants to pass it off. Dobby Bridges, the connection there between the two forwards is, they've got some great chemistry early in this game.
They certainly do. The teammates there, and he almost faked everyone out there because it looked like he was going to go for the shot, but at the last second just pulled the pass in.
Michael Dobby Bridges. Oh, it's a behind.
Yeah, right over the goalpost there.
Well, those short goalposts have been putting me off today.
Yes,
there's a few I've definitely called wrong, so thankfully we are not the arc.
Yeah, I've had to experience that a lot over the past few years. There's been many I've called, and the players don't help because it doesn't matter what happens, they are celebrating as if it's a goal.
It's always a goal. So WA might just be a little bit of a nervy start, just moving that ball forward of centre. They get it back again. Chris Robson, can they build here?
20 seconds on the clock here, Brett. Got to get moving.
Yeah, have they seen the clock? The skipper goes over the top to Zilioli. the centre, outside the arc, needs to get it to a forward and finds Stephen French as the clock winds down under 10 seconds. Should be the last scoring opportunity of the first term.
How's this? The Queenslander who's been drafted over to WA could bring him right back in.
Tell you what, there's a few WA players that play for the Gold Coast Suns in the AFL, and Vanderhoek did well on the goal line. Did he prevent a score altogether? Not even a rush behind. So at quarter time, Queensland off to a good start. They are 1-4-10. WA just the one behind.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
South Pine Sports Complex, the AFL Open. We are watching wheelchair footy. You can watch us on YouTube and KO. We'll also have the inclusion games out on the Oval as well. 16 aside. We're looking forward to that. Brett Thomas is my name. Austin Kruger will be calling a bit of inclusion footy, which we're very much looking forward to because we see a lot of characters on the wheelchair court, but definitely an inclusion footy out on the ovals as well.
It's one of the best events of the year, if you're a football fan or not. The players, it's just fantastic. Of course, the Inclusion Carnival is made up for players with intellectual disabilities represented for each state and territory. And, I mean, Jojo from Northern Territory comes to mind. There's going to be plenty of action on KO Sports and the AFLPLAY YouTube to watch out for a bit later this afternoon.
This is Division 1 footy, Queensland WA, as Queensland win the hit out. Vanderhoek has had a really good first quarter. It's Queensland leading 1-4-10, WA just the one behind. And I heard their coach, Hayden Marchetti, say that when Ben Green, the skipper, has the ball, he's got a long pass on him, so look for that. Instead, he goes in short. Zilly Oli covering a lot of territory. And that was a risky pass, but it's come off.
Yeah, 2-on-1 situation. They did very well.
So WA, goal square, open, just through for a behind. So two behinds WA. Queensland 1-4-10. Second quarter on KO Freebies and YouTube. Queensland, Vanderhoek, the big fella, goes over the top. Orchard had a lot of the ball early. He's up toward the centre line. They work in third, so a bit like netball. Backs can go back and centre. Centres can go all over the court. And forwards can go centre and forward. They have the blue wristbands to forwards, and they are the only ones who can score. So good pressure there from WA. Forced the turnover. We're right next to the WA bench, and you can see that's what they want to do, try and force Queensland into turnovers. They go into the skipper. Azilioli, I should say. Green, the captain, of course, now in possession. Looking for that long left-handed handball. Over the top, will it come off? No. Queensland get the ball back. It's a size 5 footy. Oh, Vanderhoek, big collision in the middle with Zilioli. The two centres, they've had a great contest so far, the Flying Dutchman and Walter White. Vanderhoek comes into Orchard, takes it one-handed. The guns on him too. Vanderhoek's going to go right into the centre circle, right near the goal line, and try and get Zach Carlson free with a bit of blocking. So much going on off the ball, and Carlson forced to come outside the arc so he can have a long shot for goal, or can he find Dobby Bridges, the only goal scorer so far? WA screaming out to get near the goal line. Carlson, no goals so far, 3 or 4 behinds in the first term. And he's wound all the way back to the centre circle. Winds up and the momentum. Long shot from goal. It's drifting as it snuck in for a goal. Finally, he's got it. He is a relieved man. Low fives all round from his teammates. And Zach Carlson, that will do his confidence the world of good. So 2-4-16 Queensland. WA, the 2 behinds in this second quarter. Toyota AFL Open. Back in the middle. Division 1 game. Vanderhoek looking for the free kick. Have to turn around quickly because the ball is in dispute. He's going across his defensive goal line. Do they think that wasn't 3 metres? So it has to travel about 3 metres to be classified a mark. So a handball is like a kick, and the little shovel pass is a handball you can play on. Dobby Bridges coming out of the forward line. Got a lot of height now in the WA defence. They've all got their back towards the play, though, as it comes out to Carlson. The ball was moving quickly. Couldn't quite bring that under control. Out of play, Queensland footy. Brett Thomas, Austin Kruger with you on KO Freebies and YouTube. Up towards Vanderhoek. Orchard, the little overlap. Ball hits the deck. Got it back, though. Carlson on the bounce. Oh, almost. Thought he might have fallen over. The momentum was working against him, but great play, great composure. And Carlson has kicked 2 in a row. And Queensland, Aussie move out to a 20-point lead. Yeah, fantastic last couple of minutes here, and I want to apologise because I've been sent some incorrect information on some of the names here, so we're going to quickly just make sure we've got everyone on the right information there. So I apologise if we have got your name right, but we are going to fix that up. It's lovely, as I said, a couple of minutes here from the Queenslanders really starting to get on top. Jace Tyler out to Tristan Orchard from the Redcliffe Tigers. Carlson coming up. Vanderhoek. No scorers at the moment inside the arc. Will he have the distance from there? He might have a ping. Dobby Bridges ghosting through into the forward arc. And he is in the pocket, wants to move it on quickly. Carlson, easy as you like, another goal. He's got 3 in this third quarter after struggling with 4 behinds in the first term.
They're really starting to heat up here, the Queenslanders, obviously coming off a couple of tough losses yesterday, so they want to try and make sure they get back on the winners list and potentially make a late push to try and get into the finals.
So back in the middle, they're going with a different centre pairing now, both teams. They work it out towards the arc, and French, fast ball movement. That is the play of the day for WA. And they finally get a goal, and the call of you beauty coming from their bench. Malcolm Hunter enjoyed that one. WA finally get a goal.
Yeah, it's only 20 points in it, so they're still well and truly in this game.
Ball comes up towards the wing. Dobby Bridges over the top. The skipper Green has possession now for WA. Cross half back. Chris Robson over the top. Good play. Chaining together some possessions. Possession game is so important. French. Over the top, all looking for Chris Robson. Ball now in dispute. Hits the deck. And there's a holding free that has been paid from the outer zone umpire. You're not too far out of zone in this game, but from the broadcast side. Green in short. And WA can line up the big sticks. Rob Peterson now from outside the arc with the headband on. It's pretty warm in Brisbane, very humid, had a lot of rain, and then when the sun comes out, the humidity can be an issue, so especially for the inclusion games, but also in an indoor arena as well. So he's got the sweatband on.
He does. Yeah, we had some really bad weather early in the week. We had to cancel the first day of the inclusion carnival games because it was absolutely bucketing down, but it's not the case anymore. It's beautiful outside, but nice to have a little bit of air conditioning in here, Brett.
I think, yeah, one of the inclusion games has been pushed back. It was starting a little bit later today, just worried about that humidity in Brisbane. So Queensland now. Dobby Bridges come out the court to Orchard. Dobby Bridges got a little block as he tries to go to his forward arc. Orchard again cleaning up the ball. Got it to Jace Tyler. Tyler left half forward flank. Long handball into space, but that was never quite on. He had a teammate pushing up toward the ball, and that was Joshua Boyle, but just over his head. And that is half-time. So the contest really even out before we go to the break there, Aussie, in that second quarter. WA, a little bit of a nervy start. They started to just pick up the pressure and win a bit more of the ball in that second term.
Yeah, much like the end of the first quarter as well. Just started to lift a little bit. So we need to just make sure, WA needs to make sure at the start of the second half, they come out with that same intensity, that same fire in the belly to really get themselves back in the game because they're not too far out of it.
All right, half-time. It is Queensland leading WA 4-4-28 to 1-3-9.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
So half-time at South Pine Sports Complex, a Division 1 game between Queensland and WA. And it is the Queenslanders leading 4-4-28. WA are 1-3-9. Brett Thomas and Austin Kruger from AFL Victoria on the call, whether you're joining us on YouTube or KO Freebies. It's great to have your company and introduce you to wheelchair footy if you haven't seen it for the first time. And we've gone through some of the rules, but we'll keep repeating some of those throughout the broadcast so you can understand what's going on. But the most important thing is the score there, Aussie. And Queensland. WA certainly got back into the contest in the second quarter, but Queensland have looked pretty good across the board.
Yeah, they certainly have. A few early misses for them, so they've probably left a few on the board here, have Queensland. So they've just left a little bit of wriggle room for Western Australia just to hang in this game. Of course, we know Western Australia, they came from absolutely nowhere last year. In 2022, finished bottom of the ladder. 2023, they got runners-up and nearly took it up to Vic Metro. Missing a couple players this year, but they are a strong side, and the state is just growing and growing in terms of wheelchair AFL.
Well, Vic Metro, very strong performance today against South Australia. It was a triple-figure win in the first game that we called, so they're going to take some beating in this tournament. Got a real even contest so far today. So Robert Peterson gets it off to his skipper in Ben Green. Called to play on. He's got a long handball, which his coaches have told him, I heard at quarter time, that he needs to use more of. And he does that as WA come out of defence, up towards the wing, back to the skipper. And it is a bit like a halfback, a good user in footy, like a Sam Doherty or a Jack Sinclair. Or
Exactly right. He's got a very good pass on him. You can see why he's one of the better players on this squad.
It just moves into space, knows where to go and knows where to send the ball. As Paul Whitehurst has a bit of the Clive Waterhouse about him.
He certainly does.
Slightly older.
Yeah.
Or maybe the similar age now, but back when Clive was playing for the Dockers.
Oh, a bit of white cap, nearly.
Yeah, a little bit. Here's the captain again. He's had it about 5 or 6 times in the first minute or so of this third quarter. To Whitehurst. They're telling him to have a shot from the bench, and there's nobody there on the goal line, but it just took a bounce. And even with the smaller ball, the oval shape, it's unpredictable the way it can bounce. As we know as Saints fans there, Aussie,
yes.
Stephen Milne.
Yes, still keeps me up at night, that one. But
not even a score there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we know the Sharon plays tricks, but it's something about wheelchair AFL. It's just even harder to read. There's a little bit of deflection there. WA, I feel like they've started this second half really well. Just need a bit of reward onto the scoreboard.
And here is Green again. Vanderhook did well on Zilioli to force the turnover, and there's the little flick backwards, which is a legal move. Green, and he is just dominating this third quarter, and another scoring opportunity coming out for Paul Whitehurst. He comes all the way to where we are on this broadcast side. Gets the momentum, but in doing so, just off target to the right-hand side, and another behind. They are 1-4-10 WA. Queensland 4-4-28. 4.5 to play in this third quarter.
It's a bit similar to how Queensland started the game, dominating the territory, just couldn't get the reward. And here we go, the counter-attack's on.
Yeah, here is Dobby Bridges. Green again. He's all over the court in this third quarter and stops what looked like was a scoring opportunity coming up for Queensland. For Joshua Boyle, I haven't seen a lot of so far today.
Yes, I saw a bit of him yesterday, and he certainly is one to watch into the forward line. Gave a few daggers over to the Victoria interchange as well.
Boyle. WA thought that was a play-on call. It is a long goal. Joshua Boyle from the Redcliffe Tigers. Great goal for Queensland.
He's come onto the court and had an immediate impact there, and you can see as well in the interchange, they love that. 24-point lead now to Queensland. So WA doing a fair bit of the attacking early in this third quarter, but to Queensland get the goal. The most important thing is Boyle hits the deck. Ball goes up towards the Queensland forward line, out of bounds, but everyone is looking back towards Boyle and help him up. Get back onto the chair now, but Queensland starting to push away now.
Got a lot of space. Dobby Bridges working into that. Handball over the top from Orchards. Vanderhook.
So Vanderhook is actually the younger brother of one of the ex-players of the Hawthorn Football Club in the Victorian Wheelchair Football League, Joanna Argate, who missed last year's Nationals due to concussion. He actually stole her chair, so Vanderhook could continue to play. So Joe is watching from home, which is great to hear.
And there is Orchard looking for Carlson. Just not quite moving the ball as crisply as they did in first half. Queensland. Zilioli in front of Vanderhook. That's been a great battle, the two centres today. Had a little break in the second quarter. Back out there now. full stretch. Dobby Bridges getting back in defence, picks the ball up on the deck. The little underhand handball. Boyle, as Orchard goes down into space, just wouldn't bounce up kindly for him out of play. WA footy.
And that was really gutsy there from Tristan Orchard, just to put his body on the line, got the deflection. It's not going to eventuate in the ball back for Queensland, but you do love to see those plays as WA just playing with a bit more urgency, a bit more sharpness in their game here.
Here is Green, got it from Zilioli. Into space, Boyle. Well, he'd already won the footy, so that was a touch late.
Yeah, the WA bench not too happy there. I don't think it was anything too ill toward.
There's Green. He saw a teammate going into space, and it was Peter Bennett, who just misses him.
So 2 minutes left in this third quarter. It's 24 points, so 4 goals. Something's got to give soon. If Queensland get another one, it will be tough, Brett.
So Dobby Bridges has switched positions. He started forward, playing in defence, into Orchard. He's played in defence all game so far. Van der Hoek.
It's getting a bit chippy.
Bit of feeling in this game. 24 points is Queensland's lead. Almost 90 seconds remaining in this third quarter. WA really need to get the ball back and get a score. Van der Hoek, good movement. Sideways passing towards Orchard. Lot going on off the footy. Boyle gets some space. Gets the mark, will line up the big sticks.
And that was all produced there from Van der Hoek, coming in, providing the block and allowing Boyle to be unopposed.
Boyle, will he have the shot? Yes, he will! And Van der Hoek was screaming before it sailed through. He knew it would be a goal. And good work there, Joshua Boyle, a couple of long-range goals from the Queensland number 1.
Yeah, he's been fantastic since coming onto the court. This is his first selection. It's actually Joshua Boyle's first year playing wheelchair AFL, so he's had a pretty good season as well. Won the grand final with the Redcliffe Tigers, 22 goals in 10 games, and now a national selection for the young man.
So Alison Mosley on the court. The centre there for Queensland. Ball bounced in between both centres who take the tip off. Centre's allowed to move all over the court. Zilioli wants it there from Green. The little wraparound, still calling for it. He might go into space on the opposite wing, but instead, why not just go right up the middle and long to Peter Bennett over his head, and the connection there from Green and Bennett again, just not able to find his forward.
Yeah, tried to go the Hail Mary there, which you can understand considering there's not too many seconds left on the clock, but Zilioli was streaming past with a bit of space. Wouldn't mind to see just a little bit more ball movement there instead of just going for the long bombs.
So Queensland can wind down the clock. They lead by 30 points, and there is the bell for three-quarter time. So WA, although their level lifted certainly in that third term, it didn't show on the scoreboard, and at three-quarter time it is Queensland leading WA by 30 points.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
So fourth quarter action coming up. Division 1 game between Queensland and WA. Footy strong across all areas in Queensland where this tournament is being hosted. We're in Brendale in the north of Brisbane, and if you want to play Masters footy, Auskick, women's footy, girls footy of course, and wheelchair footy, it is all available to you in the state of Queensland. You can see why the AFL wants to host this here, as they did with the Inclusion Carnival last year in Springfield. Brett Thomas is my name, and Austin Kruger from AFL Victoria. Aussie, it's a great place to be. Queensland all year round. Winter, obviously, the weather's good as well, so you can see why the AFL is keen to promote all levels of footy in the Sunshine State.
Absolutely. We also had the Pacific Cup as well that just wrapped up the other day. I believe Papua New Guinea got on top there, and obviously the Brisbane girls into the grand final, the men as well. I think between both the men and women's have been in the last 5 consecutive grand finals, so it's just a cracking time to be in Queensland to put on a great show for us. And with 1 quarter to play here, I need to get a win in front of the home crowd here to the Maroons.
And here is Carlson, the little shrug. And then the handball, but missing. Still, it's a 31-point lead, 7-minute quarters, so it's a long way back from WA. And they need 3 Ben Greens. He's had a lot of footy, but he almost needs himself to pass to in attack. And he wants to pass it long, and it might come off this time to Peter Bennett. Goals are open. It bounces into the posts. Well, we saw the connection in the third quarter between Green and Bennett. It was a little bit off on that occasion, though. Got the bounce, but just not the shot.
Exactly. Well, they got the bounce for the pass, but just on the shot going a little askew there. Got a feel for WA. They're 1 goal 5 now at this point, so they really could be in this game, but it's just the inaccuracy that's plagued them.
30-point lead, Queensland. Vanderhoek. What are they pointing at there? Aussie, is it just...
so it's going to come back to WA here. So, and it is Whitehurst. He's got the blue wristbands.
There was a push in the back, I think, off the ball.
So can have a ping here. Bring them right back into this.
And they need this, the left-handed handball. It's an awkward, wobbly-looking thing, but it is through. Paul Whitehurst. Great goal, WA.
Yeah, well deserved there.
He loves
the Swans. He does. The whole bench does as well. They're up and about. They're a great team. Well led from Hayden Marchetto, of course, and Olivia Readings as well, doing some great work there.
So Vanderhoek loves to spin the chair around a fraction early, but Zilioli's onto that now as the ball trickles up towards the Queensland forward line. Boyle, who had a couple of goals in that third quarter. Is it a Queensland ball?
Looks to be.
Into Vanderhoek, just outside the arc.
Well, centre position play, so can't score for the goal, but giving some space out the back.
Yeah, Carlson, beautiful handball. Perfectly weighted from Vanderhoek, and Carlson now on a bit of an angle. He's looking at the blocking going on. He wants to find Boyle, does find Boyle. Will he play on? No, as he's directly in front, and the distance won't be a problem, so he can just go back, take his time, take a breath, get his composure, and pop it through for a goal. So Queensland edge ahead, and with just over 5 minutes remaining, they're on their way to a very strong win on Aussie.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think that's going to be game, set and match now. So Queensland, they're going to move to 2-2 on the tournament with 1 game to play. That's going to be up against South Australia later this afternoon. There could be some big final ramifications on that contest.
Yeah, finals tomorrow. Got a celebrity game as well. Luke Hodge, Will Ashcroft, Katie Brennan.
I think Levi's coming here as well.
Levi.
Well,
the Lions, first to 40 players are starting their pre-season today. So Levi starting life as a Lion. And Queenslanders doing well at the Toyota AFL Open. Division 1 wheelchair footy. Vanderhoek. A little flick behind him. WA, Zilioli tries to paddle the ball on. And it's been a high-intensity type of game.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have been involved with some near fisticuffs throughout the tournament. They're very passionate sides. We've seen Boyle, who's normally a pretty quiet, calm, collected guy. When he scored that goal in the third quarter, he did let an almighty roar, so there's plenty of passion in this game.
And he has a long handball on him, Polly Farmer style. Through for a behind, was it? No, not quite a behind. Out of bounds, Green. Looking for Bennett. Ball out of play, over towards the WA bench, and Queensland ball. So, feel like just a little bit of the energy's gone out of WA at the moment.
Yeah, they've probably, after a great interception there from Green.
But it's just coming out of defence. Great pass out of Zilioli to centre. Vanderhoek tried to get a hand in there and force the turnover. Coming forward, all on his own. And there is a goal to Chris Robson.
Yeah, nice moment there for WA. Probably just needed a bit more of that type of play earlier in the contest. We saw the really quick ball movement there. Nice one over the top from Zilioli and finishing off the job with a nice goal. And WA, probably not enough time as Dobby Bridges is going to stream out of defence.
Tried to tap the ball up in the air to himself. Yeah, Amy Beals on the court for WA. She took that tip-off or hit out just before. Dobby Bridges now into Boyle.
Yeah, Dobby Bridges lucky there. He was a defender. He did slightly cross into the offensive third, but just missing.
So the big move that Queensland made was bringing Boyle on into attack. And he puts it through with a long, long goal. They started off with Dobby Bridges, Michael Dobby Bridges and Zach Carlson. Two kind of smaller, quick types, but the big body and the long levers are really hard to get around for a defender in wheelchair footy.
Yeah, he's been the difference maker, really, Boyle, since coming onto the court. And, of course, it's been pretty tough to match up for Peterson, who doesn't quite have the height advantage against Boyle. So it was always going to be a tough ask for him.
So it's 8-5-53, 3-5-23. Queensland leading as that ball just out of reach there for Robbie Peterson. Queensland want to bring it in, but Zach Carlson can't take the footy. Collision there with Amy Beale. How will the umpire see that? Might be a ball up, is it?
Yeah,
or a throw up, I should say.
I believe that's going to be the outcome there. It was even contest between the two. Amy Beale is... That's a good moment over the past few days in the Lightning Carnival, playing her first year of... Well, she's playing the past 2 years, for East Perth, who've been pretty dominant over in WA. So great to see her on the national level as the two just making sure they're the right way around.
30-point lead, Queensland. Deft hit out there from Vanderhoek, looking for Carlson off hands. That will still be a Queensland ball. So Carlson kicked a few goals in that second quarter into Vanderhoek. And he'll go out towards Boyle. Out of play. So 2 minutes 20 remaining in this contest. Green's long handball into the middle, looking for Stephen French. And he might just have a long ping. How about that? Yep. Take matters into your own hands and just go bang. Love the celebration too.
He's not one for a smile though. He's
not. Just the high five.
Yeah, just going about his business. He's obviously he's been around the game for a few years. One of the players that got drafted from Queensland. He's scored over 100. Oh yeah. Jeez, WA's really fighting to the end here. I love to see it.
Yeah, Ash, Holt and Green. Oh, there's another big collision as well.
Yeah, watch the fingers there.
Robbie Peterson and Carlson. And we mentioned, I think, in the last game that it feels like pit lane at a Grand Prix.
Yes.
On the benches. We've got, spare tyres and all sorts of repairs going on.
Yeah, if you hear something that sounds like a gun going off, it's just one of the wheels exploding, which I feel like maybe the heat's got something to do with it, because we have had a few more explosions more than normal.
So Robbie Peterson, centre half back into space. And you can see the frustration there from Chris Robson. He's one of the two Queenslanders filling in for WA today to help out with numbers. Alison Mosley has come on as the reserve centre for Vanderhoek today and put in some good minutes for this Queensland side. Carlson, they've just been a little bit too strong all afternoon. Out of play, Ash Holtz sees that go over the line, and WA, as they have Chris Robson all on his own if they can move that on quickly. And we've got a minute remaining in this contest. Strong win coming up for Queensland. And maybe Vic Metro supporters are just watching this game thinking maybe it's Queensland this year that we might meet in the grand final, Aussie.
Yeah, it's certainly, well, they needed to win this game if they were a chance to try get back into contention. So it's exactly what they've done. They've played 4 of their 5 divisional games now, with one to come later this afternoon against SA. And that could be very well be a must win.
From the Beenleigh Buffaloes, the Queenslander against his home states. WA thought that was a goal.
So did I, to be honest, but apparently not. The goal umpire in a much better position than us, but it certainly was close.
23-point lead now to Queensland as they come out of defence. Just a pop into space. Alison Mosley also from the Beenleigh Buffaloes. The favourite player is Dakota Davidson, who's about to play in yet another AFLW Grand Final.
Yes, I'm Brizzy girls. They're fantastic. I tipped them earlier in the year and might be able to just see another North Melbourne choke.
And they're incredible because they always have a lot of change to their side,
yeah.
the Lions in the AFLW, but they seem to keep finding a way back, and they'll face off with North Melbourne for back-to-back AFLW premierships. And there is Joshua Boyle right on the siren, full-time, puts it through the big sticks. And Aussie will go over and grab a Queenslander so we can have a chat with, because it's been a dominant performance. WA had their moments in that third quarter, couldn't put it on the scoreboard, and in the end it is Queensland by 29 points. So we'll have another game coming up on this quarter. It'll be Division 2 footy, so we've got 6 teams in Division 1, these two among them, and in Division 2 we have New South Wales ACT combined team. The RSL fields a team as well, and also the Northern Territory. So that will be coming up next. But Queensland today winning by 29 points. And we'll just bring over one of the Queensland stars to have a chat. And I think Aussie has one of their key players who started forward and went into defence. Aussie.
Welcome. We're just here with star of the Queensland team, Michael Dobby Bridges. Now, Michael, how fantastic is it to have the AFL Open here in Queensland?
Oh, we love it, and it's a testament to the AFL community and AFL Queensland for backing the program in and bidding to host it. And it's pretty nice being able to have your family and friends come and watch. It's a special moment for our program.
And you've obviously done a lot of work sort of pioneering wheelchair AFL up in this state for the past few years, and the team is probably one of the strongest we've seen in a while. There's still a chance to get into the grand final. How do you think the team's tracking so far?
I'm really proud of the group. We went through the lightning rounds undefeated, and that was a big moment for us, and then we tried to start again, and there's some really impressive teams out there, but the way we stuck together and worked hard, again, just proud of the group for the way they work and the growth of the program. There's some unlucky players that missed out that are playing for other teams this week as well, and it's great to see them out here as well.
And one I've been really impressed with Boyle in his first year playing wheelchair AFL, came on in the second half and had a very big impact. Speak about sort of his development throughout the year.
Oh, we love him. He's a young bull, and he just loves getting out there and having a go. But he's a pretty special player. First year, he'd never heard of wheelchair sports before, and he came to a social play one night and loved it, and what it means to him and the way he's interacted with the group is pretty special too. So.
Well, we thank you very much, Michael Dobby Bridges, absolute star in Queensland. Also was the Disability Ambassador of the Year, and we'll take it back to you, Brett, there in the commentary booth.
Good stuff, Aussie. Michael Dobby Bridges, the old bull, talking about the young bull in Joshua Boyle. What a performance from Queensland, winning by 29 points. Coming up after this, we've got some Division 2 footy and, of course, the inclusive games out on the Oval as well. We'll be bringing that to you today on YouTube and KO Freebies. Full time here, a dominant win from Queensland over WA.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot to something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Stu. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back to South Pine Sports Complex, the Toyota AFL Open, the first of its kind, with wheelchair footy and the National Inclusion Carnival happening at the same time. In the indoor courts here, you can see we are commentating wheelchair footy. We've got the inclusion games on the outside ovals as well. We are calling on YouTube and KO Freebies. Great to have your company. We've called 2 Division 1 games so far. There are 6 teams in that, and Vic Metro earlier today defeated South Australia by 103 points. Queensland in the last game over WA by 29. At the same time, Vic Metro played a second game, and they upstage Vic Country by 33. Brett Thomas is my name, and from AFL Victoria, Austin Kruger. Aussie, great action so far, and great to call our first Division 2 game of the afternoon. Just 3 teams in this division. Yeah, so the Northern Territory Thunder, and then of course this matchup, the New South Wales ACT Rolling Rams, and of course RSL, the Return Service League Australia, making up the Division 2 matchups. This is going to be a fantastic game, Brett. These 2 teams played yesterday, and it was a 59-all draw. So if that's anything to go by, we should have a cracking contest, and it could be a little bit of a grand final preview into tomorrow as well. I was just having a chat to the RSL active team, and they probably face the most unique or the toughest challenge of all the teams, because they'd all come from different areas. So getting them together in terms of preparing for this, they'd have limited time for that. So obviously they've been more than competitive so far, getting that win over the NT. Yeah, exactly right. You know, we've got Danny Hale, James Barker from South Australia, but then we've got Andy Kerr, Matthew Blunt, Sam Moraldo, Tim O'Connor from the Vic League. So there's a little bit all over the shop as far as where the players actually live and play their football, but a lot of them have known each other for a long time and have played within this team for a while. I know Blunt, Moraldo have been long-standing members of the club. Brett Newman, the head coach, who was injured, couldn't be a part of the playing squad. So even though they do have a little bit of time away, they do know each other quite well and do have some very good chemistry. We can see Matthew Blunt, the captain, with the coloured headgear on. He's a superstar, Matthew Blunt. He's a character too. He is. Told me to call him a mega legend. And then he said no, but we will anyway. The mega legend. So you better step up to the mark, the mega legend. Well, if his season was anything to go off in the Community Wheelchair Football League down in Victoria, he's certainly going to have a mega legend type of performance. He was Team of the Year, was also part of the Collingwood squad that won the grand final as well. So coming into this competition with some fantastic form, as we can see him there with Tim O'Connor as well, as they are teammates down in Victoria. So 4 by 7 minute quarters. We had the lightning round last week. So today we continue with the division games, and then tomorrow it is finals time, and that will be 4 by 10 minute quarters. So a lot of footy being played, and I guess fatigue and also the state of your wheelchair could play a factor as we go deeper into this tournament, Aussie. Yeah, exactly right. I think Tim O'Connor's one that probably didn't play as much in the Lightning Carnival, and now we're into the divisional games, getting a bit more game time. And there's a lot riding on this game here, Brett. I think the winner pretty much books a ticket into the grand final, as Northern Territory still yet to win a game from there too. So barring some upsets, whoever wins this one pretty much books a ticket into the big dance tomorrow afternoon. So it's Adam Smark, Matthew Blunt, the 2 centre pairings. Matthew Blunt there with the coloured headgear, as we mentioned, for the RSL active team. And we've got Smark, the number 10, for the Rolling Rams. Deft touch there from O'Connor. Comes out, ball hits the deck. Everyone's kind of lost it. They don't know where it is. It's just behind them. Yeah, it was Moraldo they've just turned around, had a ping. And that might be a goal. And it is. Early score on the board. Yeah, Bradley Burns just picked that one up and didn't waste any time sending that one through. Within 30 seconds, the Rolling Rams on the board. So New South Wales ACT combined side, first blood to them. Love to see him come up against Queensland. State of Origin rivalry. We had a press conference on Friday. And Josh, I think his name was from the inclusion team. They call him Tom Cruise. Yeah. Said we hate them, New South Wales. Can't wait to play them in inclusion footy. So New South Wales coming out of defence. They've got the first goal on the board. As Rye Shawcroft got his hand in there, then he goes back in again. So it's ping-ponging around. But finally, they can get a bit of a stop play and get the ball into their forward arc. So we spoke to the umpire, Paul Jones, before just about how tough blocking is to adjudicate in this game. We saw a lot of it going in there, but just over the head there of Matthew Blunt. And New South Wales will work it out of defence through Matthew Hannon in the right back pocket.
Yeah, it is a very tough one to officiate.
And tough to get out of the way sometimes for an umpire.
Yeah, you've got to watch the toes. I've had a few squash over the years as well. It certainly doesn't tickle.
So ball in dispute in the middle. Comes out to Yusuf. Lots going on. Holding the footy, though, was the call. Yeah,
so the pass wasn't quite 3 metres. Yusuf wasn't quite aware that the umpire had called play on. Tim O'Connor laying the tackle. He'll take the free kick, pretty much centre court here. Very fiery start to this game, very intense. As we mentioned before, 59-all draw between these two teams yesterday, so we're already having a cracking contest.
And they get to know each other so well, coming through the lightning round and then so many games in the division, basically round-robin contest as well. So good movement here from RSL Active. They try to work it in the arc. The pass came in from James Barker. And New South Wales will get it back, just hoof it into the middle. Yusuf, well, the bounce kindly for him. That was clever. The tap along, but only as far as Shawcroft. And again, just both teams kind of struggling, Aussie, just to chain together a few handballs or a few shovel passes in a row.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's just coming down to some of the defensive pressure from both sides. So Matthew Blunt thought he was going to be receiving the ball there, but it's going to be New South Wales ACT to bring this one back in.
Through Hannon.
Yes, they've got the early advantage, but...
Oh, Hannon right in the middle to no one in the end. Ball just bounces in front of Adam Smarkey's centre, goes out of play. So a bit of a scrappy start so far as Rye Shawcroft will come up and take the free up on the wing. Blunt coming through the middle, go over the top of his head, but the ball has been spilt and then bouncing up and players hitting the deck.
So they've called a no score there. Might have come off the centre position player is just getting back onto his chair there. Danny Jeffrey playing his second consecutive wheelchair championships.
And Sam Moraldo involved for the RSL. A few collisions going on. So Rye Shawcroft all the way back at fullback. Comes up to Tim O'Connor. And finally they can chain together some uncontested play. James Barker with the bandana on. Back to O'Connor. And you can see now they just want to control territory and then try and move it forward and just play on. And why not? And go all the way towards goal. And that is a goal. So the RSL get on the ball through Sam Moraldo, and it is one straight each, RSL Active and New South Wales ACT.
Yeah, Sam Moraldo, he's a star player down at the Victorian Wheelchair League. He found a new home in Collingwood this year, and he nearly made the team of the year. He certainly had my vote, but fantastic player in defence. Really found a new life at the Collingwood Football Club in 2024.
Clever tap forward. That came from Matthew Hannon, and that might be a goal. Bradley Burns, well done.
Yeah, that's Burns' second already. And that's both the New South Wales ACT goals, Brett, have come from some pretty quick out-of-the-middle action. So something to just keep an eye on if you're RSL.
Just all on his own in the goal square. All that kind of little smaller arc that in basketball where you see the centre stand, they can only be for 3 seconds. In this game, you can just wander in and send it through, or send it through from long range. Moraldo, now the game has started to really open up with less than 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. RSL, another goal.
Yeah, Moraldo with 2, Burns with 2, and Barker there with a nice little feed, the pass off, and a very good finish from Sammy Moraldo.
So scrappy start, but both just with some attacking play, just moved the ball forward. Shawcroft, clever punch on a user-friendly bounce as well. Picked up by Moraldo. Goals are open. Did he get a little bit hungry? Should he have passed it off? It's across the face. It's not even a score. It's out of play.
So he was actually pinned for holding the ball there just before he got the shot away. So he had ample time to try and get rid of the Sharon.
Yeah, James Barker just coming in towards goal as well. But
yeah, he could have gone for a little underarm feed there as well, but not to be.
And easy for us to say.
Yes.
On the scorer's table. I wouldn't last 30 seconds out there, Aussie, I don't reckon. Tim O'Connor, Matthew Blunt in the middle, just wants to slow things down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get involved into the celebrity game tomorrow and try kick a bag on Toby Green or someone.
Yeah.
He did struggle a bit last year in the celeb game.
The Ashcroft boys are coming up as well, and Katie Brennan here as Rye Shawcroft. Centre line over towards Blunt, the skipper.
We had Andrew Dillon get a couple in the celeb game last year as well. He struggled a little bit at the start, but he made up for himself.
Just cherry picking? Was he just kind of hanging around the goal area?
Moore was very generous in passing off a few, and no wonder Collingwood get so many home games.
So Moraldo's been running hot in this first quarter as the clock ticks under 20 seconds. Long shot on the way. Just drifting to the right-hand side and through for a behind. So New South Wales will just want to see the clock wind down. In fact, it should wind down before they get this ball into play and just hit it towards the centre. And there is the quarter-time bell. So not the prettiest of footy that we saw at the beginning, but then some attacking play for both sides. And it is RSL with a 1-point lead at quarter-time over New South Wales.
Charlton, just a little boggy, said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Stu. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Second quarter about to start. The Toyota AFL Open Division 2 wheelchair footy. It's RSL active against New South Wales ACT. Brett Thomas, Austin Kruger. And Aussie, I think in that quarter the best way was just to go direct and fast into attack for both sides.
Yeah, exactly right. We saw Bradley Burns pop up for the New South Wales ACT Rolling Rams with some quick ones out of the middle. And then for RSL, Sam Moraldo getting on with some... All the goals felt like they were on the run. I don't think any of them were set shots. So a very free-flowing affair, as we spoke about just before the quarter-time break. It was a little bit of a physical start, a little bit sloppy, but things just started to sharpen up in the latter stage of that term. It's a one-point ball game as it stands at the moment. So fantastic viewing for everyone at home.
2-1-13, 2 straight 12. Matthew Blunt is the captain and the centre with the coloured headgear on, and he is there nice and early.
The mega legend.
The mega legend against Adam Smark. Facing us here to start this second quarter. And Smark, quick reaction. Had a teammate, Matthew Hannon, got a lot of possession in that first term. Ball off the deck by Blunt. No one forward of the play. So Smark can pick up the loose footy and come out of defence. Goes up towards the forward line. O'Connor, it's an awkward bouncing ball. It'll go through for a rush behind.
He's one of the better defenders going around in the Community Wheelchair League in Victoria's O'Connor, premiership player with the Pies this year as well.
So the Collingwood player coming out of defence. Did that not register as a score? Hasn't ticked over up on the scoreboard here. KO Freebies and YouTube, wherever you might be watching, is is it a wheel cover that's come off there from one of the wheelchairs, and Paul Jones, the umpire, sends it over to the RSL bench. We see a lot of running repairs throughout the game. So New South Wales, Hannon, right back pocket. Can the RSL pin them in?
And just a confirmation on that point there, Brett. I believe it came from a play that wasn't a forward, which means it's a no score.
So number 2 for New South Wales, Bradley Burns. And if you're just joining us, the court's divided into 3. Backs can go backs and centre. Centres can go all over the court. Forwards can go centre and forward. But as Aussie mentioned there, they are the only ones who can score.
Yeah, exactly right. They'll be in the blue wristbands,
which Yusuf has on. And he goes backwards to a bit of space, and a guy who uses it really well is Matthew Hannon from New South Wales ACT. And he's just waiting for someone to get free. And he has found Smark, but you can see he cannot put it through the goals because he's not allowed to score, but Yusuf can. Was it a clean handball? No, he didn't get the second hand to it. And the goal umpire's looking across for a score, but I think there was maybe a holding free that's been paid, so no score again is registered for New South Wales ACT. In fact, no, it was a
free kick against O'Connor for a hold of the arm. He wasn't able to release the hands, was Yusuf to get it. Good call there from the umpire and an early opportunity for the Rams.
So Ahmed El-Haj Yusuf can put through the first goal of the second quarter, and he does so. So New South Wales will go ahead by 5 points, 13-18, with 4.5 minutes to play in this second quarter.
His quality player there is Yusuf, his second Carnival. I believe he missed last year, but was there in 2022. He was some good work with Illawarra and Bankstown in the training hub in New South Wales.
Smark wasn't sure what was happening. Now he comes back in. Ball is on the deck. And look out for a big collision here. Wheelchairs all around as Blunt threw the ball over his head, looked up at the umpire. And I think that is an RSL free, or is it New South? No, it's New South Wales.
They're just still having a bit of a conversation here. I think it's going to be going to Matthew Blunt. So,
well, that's good. If they don't know what the free kick is, then we're fine.
Exactly right. I've been around it for 3 years. I still wasn't sure about that one. Yeah. I think even the players, as you said, were a bit confused.
So here's Moraldo. 2 goals in the first quarter. Will he go from long range?
Yeah,
Players on the goal line. Jesse Cronje getting back as well. He gets the momentum going forward. The right-hand handball. I think that might be a goal. Goal umpire's looking over to his side and now talking to the other field umpire.
We don't have the video review system, unfortunately. And yep, all clear.
There we go. There is a goal. So RSL Active get the immediate reply and they go up by a point.
So Moraldo with 3. Some seriously good touch in this game. I think I might know why as well. I spoke to him pre-game and said, if you win, do you want to have a little chat post-game? And he doesn't mind the cameras to Sammy Moraldo. And I remember last year they did lose when I gave him the same proposition. So I think he's an inspired man here.
Well, great to have your company on KO Freebies or YouTube, wherever you might be watching the Toyota AFL Open Division 2 wheelchair footy. As the ball spills out and out of play, and that should be a New South Wales ball. Moraldo coming over to it. Hannon to take it. That's been a good contest there between defender and attacker. Jesse Cronje just bumping into number 5 from the RSL. James Barker.
Good to see Cronje on the court. She represented Australia in wheelchair basketball at the Tokyo 22 Paralympics and first time playing wheelchair AFL.
Well, I think this is good for Queensland because they'll have the Paralympics in 2032 in terms of logistics, and they can talk to the AFL about how they've run this. I mean, it seems really smoothly from where I sit. I know you're a little bit more involved in the lead up to this, but in terms of getting something like this organised would not be easy. There is a really long shot from goal coming from the hand there of Bradley Burns.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Brett, a lot of people doing some hard work. Kirsty and Kim from Vic and the team up in Queensland have just been fantastic. The past couple of years, Jeff Newman, Mark Handley, I mean, there's plenty more to mention, but as you said, a lot goes into these kind of competitions. They've also had the Pacific Cup, so it's been a very busy time of year for Queensland.
As RSL come out of defence, Blunt finds O'Connor. I know Channel 7 Brisbane was here yesterday doing a story about just how the preparations are going and the accessibility and what they'll have to improve in the next 8 years before the Paralympic Games. Shawcroft coming across, takes the ball in front of Yusuf. Oh, there's a big collision. So Barker and Burns just colliding, just held up the play. Moraldo have a ping right in front of us.
Bit of
See if we can talk him into it.
Bit of TV time here, Sammy.
Sammy Moraldo from long range, from way downtown. That's a goal. We love it. I think in any sport, when someone shoots from long range, whether it's basketball or it's AFL, having a ping from outside 50.
It always gets the crowd up and going. As we can see, a couple of the Inclusion New South Wales boys are here watching on, and some of the NT team as well. So great to see as you'll be heading over there in a couple hours' time as well, Brett.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that, as O'Connor's just happy to send that through for a rush behind.
Bit of Mel Michael about that one.
It's a deliberate rush behind from a long way out.
Yes.
So Moraldo coming up to help his defence. RSL by 5 points, ticking down in the first half. He's screaming out. There's some blocking going on off the play. Barker has hit the deck. He said just hold things up, I think, until he can get upright. So that is half time, though. And that will be it for the first half here. Division 2, New South Wales and the RSL. Bit of conversation going on between Sam Moraldo and Paul Jones, the umpire. But that is half-time officially, and it is the RSL active, leading New South Wales ACT by 5 points, 25-20 at half-time.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Half-time Division 2 Toyota AFL Open. RSL active against New South Wales ACT, and it's the RSL with a 1-goal lead. A minute before we get this third quarter underway. Brett Thomas and Austin Kruger from AFL Victoria with you. And we've called 3 games on this court today. Earlier it was Vic Metro over South Australia by 103 points. And, well, Vic Metro are going to take some beating at this tournament, Aussie.
Yeah, they certainly will. They've just recorded their 4th victory, so they've guaranteed themselves a ticket into the grand final tomorrow. They're going to be looking at the three-peat, so it's going to be interesting to see on who they're going to match up against in that game. Obviously, still a few more games to come. It's probably going to be down to either Queensland, Vic Country or Tasmania. So some fantastic games still on the cards later this Savo, and we'll have you all the grand finals tomorrow as well. And even this game, Brett, it could be a little bit of a preview into the Divi 2 grand final. And I've just noticed they've taken away a point from New South Wales ACT, which has made it a 6-point margin, not a 5. So probably a bit too early to be calling handy points, but just fix that one up on the scorer's table.
Oh, maybe one of those rushed behind at one point. Maybe they decided that wasn't a score because it didn't come off the hand of a forward. Or
yeah, I believe that's what happened.
Okay, so we're back in the middle. Ready to start this third quarter. Matthew Blunt and Adam Smark. And we'll call that a stalemate in the ruck, but it'll be the RSL to take the footy across half-back. O'Connor off towards Shawcroft. Rye will take his time. Didn't see that James Barker was free, but got it to him eventually up towards the centre line. Pretty frenetic first half. We didn't see a lot of this, just kind of meticulously moving the ball up, keeping possession, blocking off the ball, finding someone free. He went for the long pass to James Barker, a little bit too much on that, and New South Wales get possession for the first time in this third quarter.
Yeah, I wonder if that's maybe the message of Brett Newman, the coach of RSL, is that pass not going to help out New South Wales, but maybe Newman said, maybe let's just slow things down a bit. Let's get the game on our terms. We've got the lead and we can just continue to chip away at the scoreboard.
So Moraldo, he was really looking for Shawcroft, but that never really got free. So just going short to O'Connor. Just went enough distance that he could go back and not called to play on. Just hoofs it over his head. It's Smark. Takes the mark. He goes over his head. Nice trap there. Oh, right to the mush of O'Connor. that would not tickle. That was a collision there.
Was just yelled out.
Yeah, Stephen Clayton. That was, that looked a little nasty.
It did.
He's checking the glasses now.
I was going to say, he might have to buy a new pair of specs.
So, Moraldo, they've just backed off him to make sure they've got a 3-on-2 in their defensive arc there, New South Wales ACT. Moraldo comes in now, long on its way, drifting, never quite on line. Through for a behind, 7-point lead now to RSL active, 5 minutes to play third quarter.
It's great to see RSL out here. Obviously, they've really were strong pioneers of wheelchair AFL, and along with the Australian Defence Force, who are a sponsor. So we always love having RSL a part of this competition.
Smart gets the ball going forward. He's looking for Bradley Burns. He's got a couple of goals already. Went past the hand there of Stephen Clayton. Ball comes into the middle. Collision involving Danny Jeffrey from New South Wales ACT. He's got the bit of strapping there on the two elbows. And there's the long ball, Stephen Clayton. Off target, behind. Cuts it to a 1-goal lead, though.
As we can see, Alessandro Sergi, the head coach of the New South Wales ACT Rams, directing some traffic on the sidelines. He's been fantastic the past 3 carnivals. A strong member and a great coach. So a great person to have around.
Shawcroft. Because they're a long way away from him. Barker now comes up. Off balance, out of play.
Yeah, building nicely the last couple of minutes in New South Wales. Can they just get one on the board, bring it back to an even game?
They've got the territory now. Bradley Burns, we know, is a good long shot from goal, and that is exactly what he's going to do.
Oh, he's just missed.
Well, tough to tell from our angle across that other side, but the goal umpire was right on the spot. That is a behind, so they pepper away without getting full result. Down by 5 points.
remember, as mentioned, these two teams had the draw yesterday, 59 all. So
there's a draw counts. There's no extra time in the division round, but when we get to the finals tomorrow, we will have extra time.
The first ever game of Wheelchair AFL I called was a preliminary final that went into overtime.
Oh, wow.
I was sitting around going, what is going on? This is the most insane experience. It's always very dramatic when it happens, and we might be seeing that in this game. 5-point margin, 3 minutes left in the third.
New South Wales on the attack. Straight to the hands there of O'Connor. And he gets it moving. Moraldo coming up the court. Now he's got Barker breaking back toward the goal line. If he can handball it that far, it won't have the journey. Oh, did it? Well, being the forward, that has counted for a score. Did it bounce at right angles and not register a score at all? I think it's a behind. I thought it was a behind.
I think it's hit the top of the post.
Now, I don't know if don't think they've called it. Because he is a forward, so that would count, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Unless he changed. Has he still got the blue wristband?
He does have the blue wristband, so we might have to confirm that at the scorers table at three-quarter time.
Oh, the cheeky handball there from Blunt. Backwards and sideways to O'Connor.
I mean, a point could be quite costly.
I'll tell you, this man, James Barker, has worked so hard in this term. He is all over the court. Hasn't quite got the reward so far, but he has on this occasion. And he comes into Moraldo. Speaking of covering the court, he has had to cover a lot of it.
And you mentioned Barker as well. He's also the vice-captain for the Invictus Games for the wheelchair basketball side. So he loves his wheelchair sports and plays with a lot of passion.
Moraldo. Momentum behind him. I think some members of the RSL thought that may have been a goal. The umpire says one behind.
There's been some controversial signs on the goal line. We also might be missing a point there as well from before, so we'll have to confirm that for you at three-quarter time.
Well, we had a point taken off after half-time, and now we think there should be a point added. But right now the scoreboard says that RSL Active is up by a goal. New South Wales on the attack. Fast ball movement. O'Connor, though, happy to see that ball go out of play.
Yeah, really good pressure there from Blunt. He just got in there at the last second, applied that pressure, making him rush the pass.
Shawcroft needs someone to come up toward him. He's got Barker, he's got Blunt. They both kind of turn around, and now he's going to have to go to Barker. Just got free at the last second from Bannon. It was a 50-50 contest, and he just got enough separation to come up and take the ball. They look a little bit tired, though, both teams, as the clock ticks under a minute remaining in the third quarter. Barker called to play on. High ball, a hit and hope, really, looking for Blunt. Bounces in front of him. New South Wales get the ball back. So can they go into three-quarter time and level the scores? Need to get it moving. Smart into the middle, straight to O'Connor. He is the intercept king for RSL.
He's been fantastic. Some of these passes just letting him down a little bit, but his interceptions really why RSL has got the ascendancy in this game.
If we had a GPS on these wheelchairs, I reckon Sam Moraldo and James Barker would be right up there right now. The short pass, and speaking of, the old 1-2, he'll get it back. Go to Shawcroft. No, he just gets the little block. Now the shot and the goal. Play of the day from Sam Moraldo right on the bell of three-quarter time. That was unbelievable. He started across right half back, drifted around the old 1-2 and a goal. RSL at three-quarter time are up by 12 points.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out, over.
Cheers, Stu. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
So moments away from the start of the fourth quarter, RSL active on screen, leading by 2 goals. Brett Thomas, Austin Kruger, 5-3-33, 3-3-21. New South Wales, it's just that kind of margin that if they get a bit of momentum going, they could maybe pinch this one.
Exactly right. We saw them open up this game with a very quick goal out of the middle. So I'll be looking to see this centre matchup. Of course, it was Bradley Burns who got a quick couple ones in the first quarter, and they're going to be hoping for the same here in the last.
Yeah, Adam Smark needs to win this hit out, and he does. Clever tap into space. It might bounce out. It does. Should be RSL ball. And here is Sam Moraldo. I'm going to say that was the goal of the day, or the goal of the tournament so far on the stroke of three-quarter time.
Yeah, especially in the context of the game.
And great play, James Barker. And we spoke in that third quarter about how hard he's been working. He and Sam Moraldo. Can he finish off with a goal? Oh, it just dropped short. Did he not see that Smark was on the goal line? Didn't get enough loft underneath that. It'll still register a score, and that might be the old handy point there, Aussie.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, just didn't quite get the purchase there, did Barker. Would have been a well-deserved goal. It's a lovely pass. Oh, just dropped the mark, though, and he's crossed into the wrong third there.
Yeah, Bradley Burns just didn't quite come off. He had enough space and time. Out of play. Barker has possession for RSL active. Oh. Short little pass. Well done. Made up for it there. His earlier error did Bradley Burns. Comes out to the outer side of the court. New South Wales ACT in possession from their hard-working centre. Smart. Long handball up the wing will come off to Burns.
Might like his chances from here with no one on the goal line.
Now, it looks like they've made a bit of a switch. They've got Hannon, who started in defence, in the forward line. Goes in that direction, and he takes the mark. Well done.
Yeah, a couple of bites of the cherry there, but this is a very important moment in the context of this carnival.
From outside the arc, it's long, it is strong, and it is a goal. Yes! A goal to New South Wales ACT, cuts it back to 8 points, 5 minutes to play, fourth quarter, this Division 2 game.
It is game on here. Fantastic matchup, a potential preview into the grand final. New South Wales needed that first goal, they've got it. They've got the momentum now, and they carry it on.
RSL the win over the NT by 8 points earlier today. Vic Metro over Vic Country by 33. The only game we haven't broadcast so far. Well taken there by James Barker. We can hear a bit of squeaking and going on. Blunt, I think, just bouncing off Adam Smark, the two centres in that forward arc. And good aggressive positioning there from Sam Moraldo.
Just under 5 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time left, but Moraldo will be lining up for his 6th major.
Do we have a time limit as to how long before they need to have their shot?
I believe it's 20 seconds.
He won't take that because he'll just pop it over the top, and he says yes. He loves it. RSL active go back out by 13 points.
Yeah, nice little settler there. Moraldo using some fine touch. It's been a good carnival though for New South Wales. Unfortunately for them, they had two of their star players drop out to some unforeseen circumstances right before the carnival. Moraldo.
Oh, just hit the post.
Yeah, he's just that kind of player. He pops up and can just score them from anywhere.
Finds himself in the right position more often than not.
He's been around the game for a long time.
Smart. Oh, Shawcroft.
Oh.
Reaching in. Good recovery, though. O'Connor over the top, straight down the throat of Yusuf, but there is a free kick before that, and it'll come back to O'Connor.
Yeah, just a bit of a chop of the arm, or holding on a little bit too long there. And O'Connor, I mean, Moraldo's got the 6 goals, but he's been just as impressive with his intercept marking and setting up the play down the ground.
Looking for Barker. Good fist in there, though, from Yusuf. So we have a New South Wales player that has hit the deck, Danny Jeffrey from Bankstown.
And the second consecutive carnival there for Jeffrey. He's a great bloke and he goes hard. He gets back up on his own. That's what it's all about here for AFL Open.
You can see now why he's wearing the elbow pads.
Yes.
Not the full like skateboard elbow pads, but hopefully that softened the blow a little bit. Hit the court.
Yeah, it's always got to hold your breath when those collisions happen. Okay, so there's been a free kick. I'm not 100% sure what that was awarded for. It might have been a bit of descent or a block.
Blunt over the top, looking for Barker. A lot of players around the ball. Comes out, and there is a holding free paid against Bradley Burns, I believe.
Yeah, really good response here from RSL after New South Wales got the first goal of this last quarter. Moraldo went up the other end, answered, and since then they've really dominated the territory.
Geez, James Barker and Danny Jeffrey, big collision there in the goal circle.
Yeah, Blunt's just putting the block on now. Barker's got a bit of space, but Moraldo...
He's going to retreat back toward the goal line. Moraldo has already had one from a similar distance, and he called it before it even sailed through. How many has he got now?
That is 7 goals, and that is the entirety of RSL's goal tally. But once again, we're having a little conversation on the goal line. We might have to get in the video review system for next year or some ball smart technology, but in the end, it has gone through.
Okay, well, our cameraman has said that is a goal, and he is the arc today. He's a self-appointed arc. Yep.
Well, Moraldo certainly thought it was a goal before it even went over the line. So,
oh, I tell you what, I mean, because of those short goalposts,
yep.
If you just get it kind of over it, I reckon you get the benefit of the doubt, which is kind of what we saw on the replay. Smart hits the deck. Bodies flying in everywhere.
It's been a fierce battle, hasn't it, between these two teams?
Might need a bit of help getting up, I think.
I think so. And it's good to see when, these situations happen with Brett Newman, the head coach of the RSL, coming onto the court quickly to help out. And even though it's been a fierce battle between these two, very physical contest, it's at the end of the day, the sportsmanship really personifies what Toyota AFL Open is all about.
Absolutely. The inaugural AFL Open. We'll be calling some inclusion footy today as well. I think we've got 2 or 3 games out on the ovals, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Tasmania won last year.
They did. It was a fantastic game against South Australia. It was actually the first time they've ever won a carnival within the Inclusion League, so some of the celebrations post-game were massive, to say the least.
That was at Springfield last year. So this year combining both.
Yeah, we had
having
the
them
finals,
run side by side.
At Brighton Homes Arena last year, which is just a really nice touch, and players getting to experience an AFL ground. It was really something special. I remember calling the New South Wales team in the Inclusion, and they hadn't won a game in 2 years, and finally got one up at Northern Territory, and they celebrated probably harder than Tassie did.
Geez, Blunt and Jeffrey. No love lost between those two. I know there's plenty of love, but they are ramping up the aggression in this term. Jeffrey is not afraid just to bang into his opponents. And now he gets involved, and in a way kind of helped Bradley Burns take that mark by making sure that James Barker couldn't come up and spoil the footy. So Burns, 20 points down, 2.5 to play. They need goals from long range. Sets it sail straight over the goal umpire's head. Much needed goal, and he gets a nice high five there from Sam Moraldo, who's been the player of the day so far.
just hanging in there, New South Wales ACT. 2 minutes 17 might not sound like a lot, but in wheelchair AFL you can score goals in very quick succession. So maybe a little tap out of the middle. You never know. Game's not over yet.
Smarky's got Burns wrapping around, almost but not quite. Comes out to Barker, over his head, looking for Moraldo. Ball bounces in dispute in the middle. Barker now, you can see Moraldo just over his head, holding the footy.
Yeah, good call there from the RP. Really good pressure, sorry.
How long do you have to get rid of it?
So if you've just picked up the football and the touch is laid immediately, you've got about a second to get rid of it. But if you've already had possession of the football and the touch is laid, then it will be called holding the ball. And as we say, O'Connor yet again with another interception, and that could be a game-saving interception.
He is the Jake Lever. Well, he plays for Collingwood, so I'm going to assume he's a Collingwood fan. He's like the Darcy Moore of this RSL team.
Yes.
He is the intercept king, the Harris Andrews.
Cal Wilkie.
The Cal Wilkie. Barker is a little bit too long there for Moraldo, and it was a risky proposition. They don't have to do anything too risky here. They can wind down the clock if they want. Shawcroft, and he will take his time. A tick under a minute shortly. 47 plays 33. RSL active leading.
Yeah, they're just going to take their time here, RSL. They've really finished this game strong. New South Wales have come hard, but a very experienced outfit here, RSL active, and they're showing that.
The Rye smile from Rye Shawcroft. In the box seat, RSL active now to make the grand final. They beat the NT earlier today by 8 points. And they're about to beat New South Wales ACT. Moraldo a couple of deep breaths from the halfway line. Steph Curry areas. The long ping from goal. Just through for a behind. What's the call there from the New South Wales ACT bench?
He's saying go quick, which
just try something.
The obvious, but I don't think there's going to be enough time on the clock for them. But gutsy effort, nonetheless, and I'll be looking forward to see these two teams battle.
Well, Adam Smark has been very busy for New South Wales ACT, and that is fitting that Tim O'Connor should take yet another intercept mark. And he's not like the biggest player on the court. We talked a lot about forwards and defenders, if they've got those kind of rangy builds. They're so important, but Tim O'Connor just gets in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he reads the ball so well, and we've seen that throughout the Community League, and he might have popped another bit of Falcon there as well. So the glass is still in good order, which we like to see. Barker, he deserves this goal. I passed it off.
And there is the final siren. So a good win for the RSL active side. High fives all round. Really spirited contest in this Division 2 game. And in the end, it is the RSL getting the win by 14 points, 48-34. And Aussie will go out and grab us an interview here at full time. Third match we've called on Court 2 today on YouTube and KO Freebies. Great to have your company wherever you might be watching today. And Sam Moraldo, I'd say, would be our interviewee, the player of the day. I think he might have got all their goals today. In fact, he did. All 7 of them, Sam Moraldo, and maybe could have had a few more as well. He's just going to go over and shake hands with the opposition coach. Great sportsmanship, as we mentioned, throughout the contest. In fact, they've taken another point off New South Wales ACT, so it's a 15-point win to the RSL. And Austin Kruger is with the player of the match.
So we finally get to have a chat post-game. Sam Moraldo here from RSL Active. Great win, but it was a very physical contest out there.
Yeah, it's we played them yesterday. It was very physical. I guess it's just two strong combatants. I think we're pretty evenly matched. Like, we drew yesterday with them, and it was just a matter of keeping on top of them for full 4 quarters today.
And not a bad performance from yourself. We might have seen goal of the day so far with that one just before 3/4 time. So speak about your performance there. I think you ended up with 7 goals in the end.
No, that's not too bad. I'll take that. It was good. That was a nice little run. It just opened up for me nicely, and was able to come around onto my right. I was going to have a crack with the left, and with time going, I thought, why not have a shot?
And of course, you've represented RSL Active for a number of years. What does it mean to be able to come together as a team each year and getting to play into what's now Toyota AFL Open?
I guess from my perspective as a veteran, it's about showing that you can get out there and do things. Pretty much all of us have some physical or mental disability. So for us, it's a little bit different. We live with it every day. We don't have the pool of players to come from. So if there's anybody out there watching that thinks it might be all right, come down and have a crack. It'd be really good. more people to get involved, especially around the country, the more the sport grows and the more the RSL team grows.
Very well said, Sam. Pleasure to finally have a chat with you post-game, mate, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. So there we go. RSL active with a big win over New South Wales ACT. As I'll throw it back over to you, Brett, in the commentary booth.
Yeah, good stuff, Aussie and Sam Moraldo. As he said, footy is for everyone, all abilities, and that is what the Toyota AFL Open is about. Wheelchair footy, inclusion footy, wherever or whatever age group you might be. Find your local team. We are in the north of Brisbane, and there are so many ovals and teams all around us that you can play the great game of Australian rules football. Full time here on Court 2. RSL active in the box seat to go through to the Division 2 Grand Final and beating New South Wales ACT this afternoon.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out, over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to Toyota AFL Open. We are live from the South Pine Sports Complex in Brendale, Queensland, on what's been a fantastic week of action. And we've got some Division 1 Wheelchair AFL coming at you shortly. My name is Austin Kruger. Pleasure to be joined alongside you yet again here for my third Carnival. It's my favourite event of the year, and we've got a cracking contest about to get underway. It's going to be Vic Country going up against Western Australia, and there is lots riding on this game for Victoria Country. They are currently sitting third on the ladder, and they need a big percentage booster to try and get into the final series. They're going to go up against Western Australia, who are yet to register a win here in the Division 1 matchups, as we're going to a few minutes from getting underway. So we can see Vic Country warming up at the moment. The captain's going to merge in the middle there with the umpires. So as mentioned, we're into the Division 1 matchups. Vic Metro sitting on top of the ladder. Tasmania second with a percentage of 158. Vic Country third with a percentage of 95. And they need to absolutely smash Western Australia and rely on Vic Metro to smash Tasmania to get an all-Victorian final. There's Chris Henderson meeting in the middle there. The star player of the Victorian Wheelchair Football League, recently making a move over to the Essendon Football Club. So he was met in the middle with Ben Green, the captain of Western Australia. He's having himself a fantastic tournament. He's Ben Green, absolute superstar player over in West Coast in the Perth League. He was the best and fairest. He was third in the league for goals. And WA haven't quite had the carnival that they have been hoping for. They've got an opportunity to try and spoil the party here, as we are moments away from the first bounce. As mentioned, it's Toyota AFL Open, the first of its kind. Of course, the Inclusion Carnival and Wheelchair Champs merged together in 2024 to create one event. A new era has begun in this space. Of course, we've got the Inclusion Carnival Games starting, I believe, at 1 o'clock. You can catch all the action on KO Sports, KO Freebies, and AFLPLAY YouTube channel. As we're about 2 minutes from the first bounce, Gary Overlease, the coach there of the Victoria Country side, just having some final words. Western Australia, they're keen, they are eager, they're already on the court, they are ready to go. Nice crowd building. We've got some of the Western Australian Inclusion team watching on, but they might have to go play, so they won't be able to watch for the entirety of this game. As having a look at some of the matchups already. Mitch Stretton heading down into defence. He's going to have a big job on some tall timber down there, along with Wayne Hale, who recently joined Vic Country, former RSL active player who just won that matchup against New South Wales in the Division 2. Zilioli from Western Australia up against Ben Noble from Victoria Country to contest the centre matchup. Of course, the centre players in the yellow wristbands, defenders in the red, forward in the blue. One to watch out for is certainly Caleb Logan down in the forward line. Chris Kotsanis as well. Seconds away. Here for Toyota AFL Open, Victoria Country need a massive win to try get back into the finals contention, as that one just trickles out, and the first foray forward is going to go to Western Australia. An opportunity to try and put some early scoreboard pressure. It's going to be Stephen French. He wastes no time. Oh, the long bomb. How was that from French? He's a composed character, but he just absolutely thumped that one through the big sticks, in Western Australia with a quick start. And that's not what Victoria Country needed, as mentioned. It's all about percentage in this game. Oh, lovely out of the middle, but Logan just spilling the mark, taking a fall out of the chair. The play will resume. Zilioli over the top, a bit of space, a bouncing ball. Robson is going into goal. He just doesn't get the fortuitous bounce. Picked up for two quick ones. Stephen French unable. He's asking for a free kick. The umpire's having a conversation. It's going to be interesting to see how this one is called. And there's bodies flying everywhere here at the South Pine Sports Complex. And for Toyota AFL Open, Austin Kruger's my name here on. It is going to be a free kick, as we've Just had the replay come across the screen. Stephen French will line up. No, he won't. Unselfishly passes it off. Stretton puts his hands in the air as if to say apologies to the rest of the team. And Robson comes in, and Western Australia are off to an emphatic start here. All the talk was about percentage, but well, you've got to win the game first, don't you, Vic Country? And at the moment, Western Australia, the very quick start. I was speaking with Malcolm Hunter of Western Australia pre-game, and all Kotsanis out of the middle. Didn't get the purchase he was after. Was that 3 metres? Apparently it was. Ben Green, the captain. It was the right idea, just couldn't quite get the execution. And Country need a bit of a response here. 2 early goals to Western Australia. Nice pass over the top to find Ben Noble. Recently traded to the St Kilda Football Club. Mitch Stretton, bit of a fumble. Lands to Kotsanis, turns around. Logan's got 2 to beat, can't quite garner the possession, and in the end, trickles out. No score registered as of yet. It's under 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. 4 by 7 minutes here in the divisional games. Green will bring it back in. What a start here for Western Australia. And this player's been a big reason. French, good defence there from Kotsanis. I believe that is going to be Western Australia ball. It's not. Wayne Hale will take it in. Kotsanis is open inside the forward line. Just couldn't quite get around to it quickly enough. Logan spills yet another mark. It's been a bit of a sloppy start from Logan. Green comes up with it. What a performance. They've got space out the back. If French can find him, instead he goes to the lateral pass to Peterson, but it was chipped off from Noble, even though they had Chris Robson open inside their forward line. So I believe a 5-metre penalty has been called. There was an encroachment on the mark, a little bit stiff. Noble's a centre position player in the yellow wristband. He cannot score. He'll have to find either Kotsanis or Logan. And he finds Kotsanis on the lead. Good sportsmanship shown there from Ben Green, just making sure Kotsanis didn't fall off the chair. He was doing some pre-game shooting with Kotsanis. He looked to be in good touch. Vic Country. Yeah. Championship's riding at the moment, and Kotsanis cannot convert. The first score for the Vic Country team, just the one behind. WA 2 straight 12. Out of the middle. French, man on a mission. Can he get a fortuitous bounce? He can't. That'll trickle out. He's a bit frustrated with himself. Three minutes remaining in this first quarter. Good contest on the cards. Hale has been busy in defence. Noble over the top. Logan. Oh, around the back. And he spilled a few early ones, so that'll do his confidence a world of good. Very unselfish player. He'll look to try and move this one around to Hale, just teetering on that transverse line. Now with Kotsanis, who's going to line up from a similar position from his first shot. He wants to pass it off. Logan spilling another mark. Country boys looking a little bit rattled at the moment, holding the ball. WA have got the ascendancy. French, who's actually a forward player, laid the tackle. Did he lay the tackle in the part of the ground where he's not allowed to go to? So for those watching at home, blue wristbands for forwards. They can go cross from their forward third to the middle. Centre position players in the yellow wristbands can travel anywhere. So it's similar to netball rulings as far as the zones are concerned. French plays on. For second, the frustration as he can't quite convert. .90 seconds left in this first term. Chris Henderson making his first appearance in this game. Three-time premiership player with the Richmond Football Club. Recently traded. Well, he's signed with Essendon under the helm of Tim Neal. Doing an excellent job. I believe Mitch Stretton is another one of those players who's gone over to the red and black from Richmond. So, and speaking of Essendon, here we go, Caleb Logan. About 60 seconds on the clock. It's been a bit of a nervous start for the Country boys. Can Logan just settle the team? He hits the post. WA absolutely on top of this game. Country's had their opportunities, just have not been able to convert. Green to bring it out. French, great spoil from Hale. Henderson over the top. The umpire has stopped the play. It's not going to be a goal. I believe it's going to be a free kick for some over-the-shoulder contact. Hale having some words with the umpire. Just needs to be careful here, Victoria Country. They're looking a little bit rattled to start this contest. French to Green, reels it in with the one hand. They're looking good. 35 seconds on the clock. Can they try to pinch another one? French is looking dangerous. Logan slips out of the chair. The clock will stop at 28 seconds. 2-1-13 in Western Australia. The goal to Stephen French and Chris Robson. Victoria Country with 2 misses from Kotsanis and Logan. And as mentioned, this is a must-win game for Victoria Country. This is their final game in the divisional series. The top 2 teams will qualify into the grand final tomorrow. At the moment, there's Vic Metro and Tasmania. And Vic Country need a big win to try and make up some percentage. And at the moment, they might not even get the win the way things are looking. Wayne Hale, 14 seconds on the clock. Finds Henderson. Now, he's within range here is Chris Henderson. He's got one of the longest arms going around. 5 seconds. Is he aware of the clock? Henderson will take matters into his own hands on the siren. Misses to the left. And there we go, quarter time. Victoria Country 3 behinds, trail Western Australia. 2-1-13 here for Toyota AFL Open. We're going to go to a quick ad break before we come back for the second term.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to Toyota AFL Open live on KO Sports, KO Freebies and the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. We're here for the National Wheelchair Championships at the South Pine Sports Complex in Brendale, up here in Queensland, the sunny state. It's been a fantastic week of competition, and we're now getting towards the pointy end. We're here at Court 1 for the Wheelchair AFL National Champs. Victoria Country, at the end of the first term, 0 goals, 3. As they trail Western Australia, 2 goals, 1. It wasn't quite the quarter that Vic Country were hoping for. WA, who have yet to register a win so far in the divisional games, are currently showing the Vics what it's all about. It's a very important game, as Vic Country are currently sitting third on the ladder, and they need a whopper of a win if they want to make it into the grand final against Vic Metro, who have already qualified into the big dance. It's going to be tomorrow afternoon. The second quarter underway. Austin Kruger here live for Toyota AFL Open. Ben Noble out of the middle. Henderson tried to get his mittens on it, but instead it's going to be marked to Peter Bennett, making his first appearance in the contest so far. Couldn't quite find the target. Kotsanis creates the turnover, lets the football go before getting tackled. Bennett's going to swoop on it. Falls to Whitehurst. Can he get the bounce? It's going to trickle towards. Might just stay in here for Western Australia. It does. Beale in and around it. That's going to be an overarm pass. That's going to be a free kick. Whitehurst with the double Cobras. Now, is it going to be Whitehurst or Beale? It'll be interesting to see because, of course, Amy Beale is a centre player. But fortunately for Western Australia, it's going to go to their forward player. Well, lining up, Paul Whitehurst and the West Coast Football Club is missed to the right. 2-2-14 plays at 0-3. 6 minutes left till half-time. 4x7 minute quarters for the divisional games. It'll move to 10-minute quarters tomorrow for grand final day. Of course, all the action here on KO Sports, KO Freebies, AFLPLAY YouTube channel. Kotsanis need to get something going quick here. Do Vic Country. Adam Georgeland onto the court, over the top. Little deflection, I believe, from Bennett. Stretton's going to try and hunt it down. Goes to the underarm pass back into play. Kotsanis just keeping this ball alive. The desperation is starting to lift here from Country, but there we go, Green. Henderson, of course. If it was going to be anyone to get the Vics on the board, it would be one of the most experienced players in wheelchair AFL. Chris Henderson with a lovely finish and some real desperation football there from Vic. It was Chris Kotsanis who kept the ball in. Little deflection from Beale. Henderson just swooped on the football. And they're on the board. Henderson out of the middle. Can he find Kotsanis? Just couldn't quite time the mark. And it's going to be Ben Green to bring them back in. Represents West Coast. He was the best and fairest for the West Coast. Third in the league for goals up in WA. Georgeland over the top to Henderson. Couldn't quite. Neither could Kotsanis. Trickles out. It'll be Western Australia ball. And here is Ben Green yet again. 30 goals in 9 games he got for West Coast. He's playing more of a defensive role here in the National Championships, and taking the mark is Peter Bennett. So Bennett, does he have the range? He comes in. He certainly does. He's got the accuracy as well, and WA with a quick response. No. WA was celebrating as if it was a goal. It looked good to me. Well, what do I know? So lucky there for Vic Country. Nice pass from Noble to find Henderson. Henderson coming off the Community Wheelchair Football League Best and Fairest for the Richmond Football Club, finding Kotsanis. He also won a premiership with the VWFL side this year, as did this man, Chris Kotsanis. Nice bit of 1-2 action over the top to find Henderson. Those teammates have got some great synergy. Or former teammates now. They still are, of course, teammates here in the National Champs, but not down in the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. As Chris Henderson looking for 2 quick ones. And there we go. For the first time this afternoon, Victoria Country, I was going to say take the lead, but it's actually an even ball game. 3.5 minutes remaining till halftime. Henderson with 2. Noble out of the middle. Couldn't quite find a target. Interesting to see whose ball is it going to be. It's got to be Western Australia's ball. Gary Overlease just yelling out time wasting there with a bit of a smile on his face. Bit of tongue-in-cheek. There's Bennett, who, as we saw before, is within range. Just yet again overcooking it, missing to the left. In fact, he's missed. He's missed everything. Didn't quite register a score in the end. 2.5 minutes till half-time. We've got an even ball game here for Toyota AFL Open Wheelchair Championships. Western Australia looking for their first win in the divisional games. Vic Country looking to get back into finals contention and potentially host an all-Victorian final. Georgeland spells the marks. Stretton swoops on it. Over the top. Noble should be first at the Sharon. He is. Smartly rushed through for a minor score. WA regained the lead by 1 point. It's been a fantastic contest so far. Been a little sloppy, but a lot of that's coming down to the defensive pressure. There's Stretton, one of my favourite players to watch out of defence. Now with Noble. former Tiger, the now Saint. Stretton, the former Tiger, now Bomber. Over the top, he's trying to find Kotsanis, but Ben Green is doing an immaculate job defending. Interesting to see when Caleb Logan gets brought back onto the ground. Over the top to Henderson. He's been the difference maker here for Victoria Country in this second term, really getting them back into contention. And this to take the lead for the first time this afternoon. With a minute and change left till half-time, Henderson unselfishly passes it off to Kotsanis. Geez, we've seen that many times before in the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. This is going to be very important, not just for Victoria Country, but for Kotsanis' confidence. He missed his first shot. He was pretty disappointed with himself. Doesn't make the same mistake twice. All clear, and the Vics go up for the first time. Kotsanis gets his first after a lovely assist from Henderson. And they're finally starting to heat up here at Victoria Country. Back in the middle. Noble, Stretton, Kotsanis with space. And here we go. They're really starting to heat up now. What a season Kotsanis has had. He was a premiership player with Richmond, scoring 4 goals in the third quarter. And that one just directly over the point post. It's a goal. Kotsanis potentially a little bit lucky there from my angle. And there we go. The halftime siren sounds with a bit of controversy. Kotsanis with his second, and Victoria Country regained the lead. And they lead by 11 points at halftime. Toyota AFL Open here on K Sports, K Freebies and AFLPLAY YouTube channel. My name is Austin Kruger, and we'll have a short break before we come back for the second half.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot to something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out, over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, This cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to Toyota AFL Open here live from the South Pine Sports Complex in Brendale, Queensland. The city of Moreton Bay has put on quite the show the past week or so. We're getting towards the latter stage of the competition. We're here for the Wheelchair AFL National Championships. It's half-time between Victoria Country and Western Australia. And at the moment, the Vics, after a pretty poor performance in the first quarter, managed to get back on top. They're 4-3-27. And they lead WA 2-4-16. The goal scorers for WA, Malcolm Hunter and Chris Robson. For Victoria Country, 2 to Chris Kotsanis, 2 to Chris Henderson. Who's about to get this second half underway. Austin Kruger is my name here on KO Sports, KO Freebies and the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. Of course, I believe the Inclusion Carnival is just getting underway as well, so you can tune into all of the action. I wouldn't go anywhere because we've got a fantastic game on the cards. Victoria Country, this is a must-win game for them if there are a chance to get into the grand final tomorrow. Western Australia playing for a bit of pride as they're yet to win a game in the divisional series. As we're underway in the second half, Noble winning the tap, couldn't quite find Henderson, and eventually gone out of bounds. And French, who had a similar start in the first quarter, with the ball going out of bounds, he's got the range from here. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to launch it. He doesn't. Goes to Zilioli and said, Malcolm Hunter's coming onto the court, out of East Fremantle. That's where the pass goes. The bounce comes back into play. Can Hunter try track it down? Gets his hands on it. Gives it back to Zilioli. Free kick. There's a conversation. It's gone against Stretton for, I believe, a hold or a chop of the arms. So it's going to be thrown back up. Zilioli, French, over the shoulder. He got the first one, but he's just been inaccurate since then. Hasn't quite been there. Stretton finding Georgeland. Georgeland played his 50th game for the Essendon Football Club in the VWFL in 2024. Been a stalemate of this competition for a number of years, as is this man, Chris Henderson. Just assessing the options. Kotsanis has got a couple to beat, and he does it nicely. He's right on his range here, Chris Kotsanis. He was just adding a little bit of mayo there to try to get the 5-metre penalty. So Kotsanis comes in. His third. Across the face, minor score. 4-4-28. Vic Country move to. WA 2-4-16. WA haven't been able to register a goal since the early stages of the first term. Zilioli with Sharon in hand goes lateral to Peterson. Now with Green, the captain. Just trying to get this methodical approach up the ground. Couldn't find Zilioli. Nearly lands to Hunter. That'll be no score. Of course, for those watching who are unaware of the rules of Wheelchair AFL, only the forward players in the blue wristbands are able to score goals. And that came from the defender, therefore no score. Ben Noble, a long way from home, over the top to Axford. First year playing Wheelchair AFL for Brad Axford. What a year he had. Best on ground in the grand final for Collingwood in the Community League. He was a Team of the Year recipient. Henderson will play on. Was the tackle laid? It wasn't. Henderson bounces through his third. And Vic Country continue to push away after a slow start. They're going to need a bit more damage onto the scoreboard than this, though, if they're a chance to advance. Throw back up in the middle, under 4 minutes remaining. At Henderson to Kotsanis. So Chris Kotsanis will line up for what will be potentially his third, or is he going to try find Henderson instead? He's going to move it around the offensive line. Axford into Henderson, easy as you like for Vic Country, are really starting to lift now. He's got a resume, one of the biggest resumes in wheelchair football, does Chris Henderson. It was close, but it's through. He's got his fourth, and the percentage continues to grow for Vic Country. It's been quite the tournament for Vic Country. They had arguably the best win I've ever seen yesterday for the Vic Country side. Out of the middle again. Noble, Henderson, Kotsanis. Here we go. This is Vic Country football. This is better. They had a very sluggish start. They've done well to just bring themselves back into this contest. And Chris Kotsanis, who's been a little bit iffy in front of goals, comes through. And this is to the right. He's just seemingly in his own head a little bit, is Kotsanis. Just needs to go back to basics. He was dominant this year for Richmond. Was Chris Kotsanis. He ended up fourth overall in the league for goals with 70. And there he is, putting his body on the line. Noble swooped on it. As Chris Kotsanis will be brought back there from Scarlett. He's just lost her watch on the way through as well. Georgeland out of the middle. Now finding Ben Noble. Been very impressed with Ben Noble's competition. Brad Axford, copped a bit of an ear massage there, did Brad Axford. He wore it well. The Silver Fox of Brad Axford. Adam Georgeland now. Henderson barking for the football. Thought about playing on, elected not to, was the right decision in the end because Green was trailing behind Kotsanis. It was a daisy cutter, but he picked it up in the nick of time. And he'll line up directly in front. Now Kotsanis, he's been frustrated with his play. He's missed a few gettable ones. He comes in, makes no mistake, sailing right over the goal umpire's head. Vic Country, what a performance we're seeing in the middle stages of this game. Kotsanis with his third. It's great to see the development of Kotsanis. He spent a couple of years in the Community Wheelchair Football League. In the past couple of years, there again, Noble out of the middle, finding Henderson into Kotsanis. Fantastic set play. CJ will line up for goal number 4 to continue to grow the percentage. There we go. He's found his form. He's got his touch. And Vic Country making some noise on the sideline here at the Southline Sports Complex. Toyota AFL Open. $37 points the margin. Out of the middle again to Henderson. Noble. Can he get the bounce? Underarm. Tried to find Kotsanis. Instead, trickles out towards the boundary line. 20 seconds on the clock till three-quarter time. Can either team try and pinch a goal before the siren? Will it be Western Australia? 8 seconds on the clock. They've got to get a move on if they're a chance to try and get a bit of momentum coming into this last quarter. Axford with the interception. The siren sounds here at the Southline Sports Complex, and Vic Country with a dominant third quarter sees them leading by 37 points as we will have a short break before we bring you right up to the full-time siren.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out, over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Warm welcome back, everyone, to Toyota AFL Open. Three-quarter time here for the National Wheelchair Championships. Vic Country 8-6-53, leading Western Australia 2-4-16. A dominant second and third quarter from Vic Country. They've actually kept WA scoreless in that third term. We've not allowed them to get a goal since the first, after a very sluggish start from the Country boys. But they now lead on 37. 4 goals to Chris Henderson, 4 to Kotsanis. My name is Austin Kruger. Pleasure to be joined alongside you yet again for another National Wheelchair Championships. Of course, this is the new era of AFL Open, the Inclusion Carnival. Divisional games also starting. That's all the action. There's Noble up against Beale in the middle. Noble. It's almost unopposed. Henderson comes out with the football and Elliott takes the mark. Jack Elliott's. What a moment this would be. Jack Elliott comes in for Vic Country. He loves it. Jack Elliott, you can hear how much it means on the sidelines. The teammates getting around him. And Jack Elliott with a well-deserved goal. Everyone is pumped up on the sidelines. And Jackie Elliott gets a major, lovely conversion. Jack Elliott joined Collingwood in 2023 in the Community League. He's kicked 46 goals in 23 games. He's a premiership player, and he's just got his first goal at the national level as Whitehurst from out long, Stretton. He'll gobble that up for breakfast every day of the week. Noble. Now to Stretton. Bennett applying some pressure on the mark. Ben Noble now. What a game he's having. Shannon Sykes also coming onto the court. First year playing wheelchair AFL there for Shan. Mitch Stretton with the football. Stretton, the long pass. Chris Anderson with about 3 yellow Guernseys around him. Made it look easy. Directing a bit of traffic. He's within range is Henderson. He slots his fifth. The percentage continues to grow, the ever-important percentage. As they're trying to take over Tasmania on the ladder. They meet Victoria Metro in the grand final tomorrow afternoon. And they're putting their best foot forward. Victoria Country. Noble out of the middle. Stretton tried to. But instead it'll be Ben Green, the captain of this Western Australia squad, to bring the ball back in. Whitehurst has got a little bit of space, but instead just goes for the short one to Bennett. Back to Green. Bit of 1-2 action between the two. Beautiful pass. To find Whitehurst. It's a very tough angle. As Whitehurst comes in on the trusty left and just misses. It's The tail of the tape to start this game. Western Australia got out to the early 2-goal advantage. And at the end of the first quarter, Victoria Country hadn't registered a goal. Since then, the big V has come through. And this man is a big reason why. Chris Henderson. It's a 2-on-1 inside the forward line. It's Noble and Jack Elliott. Good block provided from Noble. And Jack Elliott's could line up for his second. Jack Elliott, he came on the fourth, he got his first, he's looking for his second. He loves it, he loves the celebration. And Vic Country, it's just a beautiful moment. This is what the Toyota AFL Open is all about. Hasn't had too many playing minutes throughout, but he's come on and had such a serious impact straight away as Jack Elliott out of the middle. Stretton. How's this one going to land? It's not too nicely for the Vics. 4.5 minutes remaining in this game. It was a strong start to the game for Western Australia. They just haven't quite got the talent that they did last year. I mean, if we go back a couple of years now, in 2022, Western Australia finished bottom of all teams. They made the resurgence in 2023. They made it into the final against Vic Metro, eventually going down. Henderson plays on. Henderson over the shoulder. And this is the percentage boost that Victoria Country so desperately needs. It was looking a little bit woeful at the start of the game, but they've lifted. There's still 4 minutes left. There's time to add some more damage. It's going to come down to the defence as well. Sykes with a very smart little paddle out the pack. Noble continues to just get it away from the Western Australia goals, and that's all that really matters at the moment. I know it's 77-17, but there's a lot more riding on this game than people may think. Jack Elliott applying some pressure, but Ben Green getting the pass away to Bennett. It's not just about scoring here for Victoria Country. They also need to defend desperately. And speaking of, Mitch Stretton coming in. Shannon Sykes with the deflection. Little underarm pass. Oh, how was that from Stretton? Henderson, that's going to be holding the ball. He knows it. Had a bit of a fresh airy swing. Shares a smile between him and Green. It's just been, this game is being played with wonderful sportsmanship. Over the top. Geez, did very well to clank that one in the end. Whitehurst, who's had a few misses. This will probably be the easiest shot he's had. Can he get another goal here for Western Australia? No, he can't. 2-6. Could this be enough for Victoria Country? Well, they will also need to rely on Vic Metro beating Tasmania later this afternoon. Lots of ramifications, lots of percentages and equations that we're going to have to crunch some numbers during the breaks. And Henderson spilling the mark. Got to be careful not to cross into that offensive third as he underarm pass to Green. Made the move into the forward line. There we go, WA. With a well-deserved goal to the skipper. And Ben Green, as mentioned before, he was third in the Western Australia Wheelchair Football League for goals. He won the best and fairest for West Coast. 30 goals in 9 games. We can see why. We're back in the middle here at South Pine Sports Complex. Henderson. Oh, Elliott just spilling the mark at the last second. He's going to try Hunter down against Hunter. Gets the pass away. It was a nice one to find Noble. Gives it back to Stretton. They're moving it very quickly. Oh, Henderson. He thought about going for the goal before actually taking the mark, but luckily holds on to it. 2 minutes on the clock. Chris Henderson with a lovely shot. He's been in fine form. Some vintage Henderson on display. And that is goal number 7 for Chris Henderson. 4 to Kotsanis, 2 to Jack Elliott for Western Australia. It's Ben Green, Malcolm Hunter. And Chris Robson. It's Ben Noble with the football. And so it was Stephen French, the goal there for Western Australia, not Malcolm Hunter. Ben Noble finding Henderson. They need to continue to get the percentage. Wasn't sure if that was a pass or a shot. He may have been caught in two minds, and that may be why. It's just going to be a minor score there for Vic Country. They lead by 60 points here for the 2024 Toyota AFL Open. This is the Wheelchair Championship. Ben Noble reels it in with the one hand. Finds Jack Elliott, who could line up for goal number 3. Jack Elliott comes in and just misses to the right. So I tell you what, he might have absolutely blown the roof off this place if that one went through. Over the top to Green, takes a nice mark. Up next at 2 o'clock, it's going to be Queensland versus South Australia. Green from out long. Minor score, 60 seconds on the clock, or 60 seconds of change. Can they get one more? It could be the difference on whether or not they make it into the grand final. As Noble finds Henderson. Over the top he goes to Stratton. Elliott providing the lead, goes back to Henderson instead. Looking for his 8th major, unless he's going to try pass it off to Elliott. Ben Noble's trying to provide a block. 30 seconds on the clock. Henderson going to have to take matters into his own hands. Has he snuck it home? Yes, he has. What a performance from Chris Henderson. As we just hear Shannon Sykes on the sideline there saying we've still got time to get one more. 23 seconds on the clock. Out of the middle, Noble. Whitehurst gets to it first for Western Australia. Amy Beale with the pick up, the underarm pass. Stratton with the deflection as it trickles out of bounds. It's going to be a Victoria ball. No, it's not. Apologies there. Bennett finding Green. And Green can take time off the clock and potentially score a goal on the siren. As it sounds here, the South Pine Sports Complex, the captain will line up. The big left hand, couldn't quite, and there we go. Victoria Country get the job done. They did what they needed to do to potentially put themselves into grand final contention. The goal scorers, singles for Western Australia to Chris Robson, to Stephen French and Ben Green. For Victoria Country, it was Chris Henderson with 8, it was Chris Cortanis with 4, and Jack Elliott stole the show with 2 majors for himself. My name is Austin Kruger. It's been a pleasure to be joined alongside you. We'll be back just a little bit before 2 o'clock here on KO Sports, KO Freebies and the AFL Play YouTube channel, as we're going to bring you all the action between Queensland and South Australia up next.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Toyota AFL Open. We are here at the South Pine Sports Complex in Brendale, Queensland, the sunny state, here for the National Wheelchair Championships, of course. This is a new era. The two previously carnivals that were held on different weeks have been merged together in 2024. There's one open, inclusive event. It's been fantastic. Been wonderful hosts here up in Queensland, South Pine Sports Complex, the city of Moreton Bay. Put on quite the show. Of course, the Inclusion Carnival getting underway. You can watch all the broadcasts on KO Sports, KO Freebies, and the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. But we are live from Court 1. Here for some wheelchair AFL action is the toss of the coin here between the two captains in Queensland. Winning the toss, Tristan Orchard electing to go the right of your dial. Grant Leonard there, the captain of South Australia. For this Division 1 matchup between Queensland and South Australia, the home state in Queensland in front of the faithful. Up against South Australia, both teams have struggled throughout the divisional games. Haven't quite been able to have the impact they were after. Queensland currently 4th on the ladder, 2 wins, 2 losses. This will be their final game of the divisional series, along with South Australia, who are 5th with 1 win and 3 losses. As this game not going to have too much to do with what's going to happen with the ladder, you would think. As we have a look, Western Australia, unfortunately, finishing 6th after last year, making it into the grand final. Vic Metro have qualified into the big dance for a 3rd consecutive year. It's just going to be who will they play. It's most likely going to be either Tasmania or Vic Country, unless Queensland can win this game by about 250 points, which is probably unlikely. Of course, Vic Metro will have to beat Tasmania by a fair margin if it's going to be an all-Victoria derby. But the most likely situation as of right now is that tomorrow afternoon we will have a Vic Metro versus Tasmania grand final. My name is Austin Kruger. Pleasure to be joined alongside you here from the South Pine Sports Complexes. We're a couple of minutes away from the first bounce between Queensland and South Australia. Both teams playing for pride at the moment. Should be a great contest between these two teams. Probably pretty evenly matched, you would think. Queenslanders, as mentioned, in front of their home crowd, will want to try to put on a good show. These two teams did meet in the Lightning Carnival. Queensland won that one 7-3-45 to South Australia, 1 straight 6. So Queensland did get the rub on them in the Lightning Carnival. But they beat everyone. They went undefeated throughout the Lightning Carnival, did Queensland. They just have not been able to recreate that form as we are underway. Our second last game of the day. Out of the middle. Ball in dispute. Dobby Bridges trying to swoop on it. First at it there, Vanderhoek. It's the brother of Joanna Argates. Hopefully watching from home is Joe. It will be Siraj Habib to bring the Sharon back in. Represents the Woodville West Torrens. Won the grand final in the Sample Wheelchair League. As he moves that one off to Stuart Webster in the blue wristband, the forward position player. Fantastic spoil from Vanderhoek. Couldn't quite get it on the first attempt. Good Orchard. Underarm pass there in the direction of Mosley. Bouncing ball in towards goal. It'll bounce back towards Mosley. Underarm to Vanderhoek and over the top. Couldn't quite. Oh, how's that from Mosley? A bit of showreel stuff behind the back. Just couldn't quite find Dobby Bridges. Vanderhoek over the top. And from out long, was just getting back onto his chair. There's bodies flying everywhere at the moment. The ball will be brought back in from Queensland's defence. 4 7 minute quarters here in the divisional games. It'll move to 10-minute terms tomorrow, grand final day. He's taking the mark here. Tristan Orchard out of the Redcliffe Tigers. Won the best and fairest and a premiership with him. The 2022 All-Australian player off to Vanderhoek. Back to Tristan Orchard. He missed the 2023 Carnival, but it's wonderful to see him back in action here in 2024. It's Dobby Bridges. Methodical approach up the ground here for the Maroons. Moving it nicely. They're going to go over the top to Carlson. Lovely pass from Orchard. Queensland really dominating the territory, doing what they like possession-wise. And here is a superstar of wheelchair AFL, Michael Dobby Bridges, can line up for the first major of the afternoon here for Queensland. As the players eagerly watch on, Dobby Bridges, and just swings that one to the right. We've lost another part of the fan there. They've had quite the workout throughout the week.
Reset Queensland, come on, let's go!
So first couple scores for both teams, just minor ones. Over the top, Vanderhoek, a centre position player who can't score a goal. Carlson keeps it in. Can he swoop around and get the goal in the end? He goes back to Mosley. So she was a defensive player in the red wristband, which means she cannot cross into the forward third. And as we could just hear in the Queensland interchange, some great sportsmanship, just letting the umpire know her mistake straight away. And we love to see it. It's what Toyota AFL Open is all about. As Yang Dan just helping Emily Pay. Oh, great grab. Stuart Webster out of the Central District Football Club in the Sandful Wheelchair League. It was a lovely pass, even with the bit of pressure applied from behind from Vanderhoek. Lining up will be Grant Leonard. 40 games, 40 goals for the Norwood Football Club. Does Grant Leonard to get the first of this divisional matchup with 3.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Leonard comes in, converts a lovely shot there. And South Australia get the coveted first goal. Out of the middle. Couldn't quite find a target. 3 minutes left in the first term. Lovely pass over the top to Vanderhoek. He's just been doing everything in this game. Dobby Bridges just reels that one in with the one hand, taps it back to himself. He's probably right in his range here, Bridges. He's also got Zach Carlson lurking about. Gives it off to Vanderhoek. He's going to try and give the underarm back to Dobby Bridges, but with some good defence laid from South Australia. Orchard back to Bridges. Absolute star in the Queensland Wheelchair Football League for the Morningside Panthers is Dobby Bridges. 103 goals in 22 games. 2023 Premiership player. He had 10 goals in that grand final, and he's just hooked that one to the right. Queensland can't buy a goal to start this one. Two behinds, they trail South Australia. 10 goals in that grand final. The South Pine Sporting Complex in Brendale, Queensland. It's fantastic facilities here with the Toyota AFL Open. A new era has begun. And you're listening to Austin Kruger here on the broadcast. We've got Yandy and Brett over at the Inclusion Carnival as well. You can tune into all of that action as the pass comes in. Lovely little deflection. Brought it back into a play. Was Habib. Over the top, Vanderhoek. He's just got a little bit too much power in those biceps, and that one just sails over. So it should be South Australia ball. Siraj Habib. Moving that off to Rick Leonard, of course, playing with his brother Grant Leonard in the number 4. Over the shoulder, no looker. How was that? Bit of showtime stuff in the South Australians. Grant Leonard will line up for potentially could be his second goal, and a nice little buffer coming into the quarter time break. There's just a bit of talk on the sidelines as Just missing to the left as the players sharing a bit of a laugh there and enjoying themselves. Not sure if we could pick that one up in the effects mic, but Queensland, 36 seconds on the clock, and they try to just get a major back. They're down by 6 points. Make it an even ball game. Robbie Bridges, long way from home. Off to Orchard, the captain. The usual suspects to Vanderhoek. Centre position player, can't score a goal. He spent it before he had it, and it trickles towards the boundary line. And it's going to be a South Australia ball as he just bumps into Rick Leonard. And Siraj Habib will take this ball in for the third time from this exact spot on the ground. Oh, nervous moments for Rick. But he holds it in and just bangs it forward. Can he get the bounce? He can't. As it trickles out the boundary line, and that is the quarter time sign here for Toyota AFL Open. South Australia 1-2-8, leading Queensland 2 behind. We're going to have a short break before we come back for the second term.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the 2024 Toyota AFL Open here at the South Highlands Sporting Complex in Brendale, Queensland. It's quarter time here for the National Wheelchair Championships, a Division 1 matchup between the home state in Queensland as they trail South Australia by 6 points coming into this second term. We only had one goal there in the first, going away of Grant Leonard from South Australia. Austin Kruger's my name. Pleasure to be joined alongside you yet again here on KO Sports. KO Freebies in the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. Big thank you to our supporting partners, of course, in Toyota, Disability Sports Australia, Australian Defence Force as well. As we're underway the second quarter, and it's a fiery start. There's a bit of a tumble there. He's all right. There's good sportsmanship shown yet again. Took a bit of a tumble. It was a hard fall. We had a good view on that one. Queensland ball, says the umpire. Vanderhoek to bring it back into play. Robbie Bridges made the move into defence, and the difference maker, Joshua Boyle, has come onto the ground. Over the top with a bit of space, Zach Carlson. And that connection just has not been there for Queensland, not just today, but really throughout the divisional games. As mentioned before, they went undefeated in the Lightning Carnival, but just have not been able to find that form. Siraj Habib. These players belting into each other. Nice pass over the top. A well-weighted ball to find Billsborough. 27 goals in his 9 games. Billsborough in the Sandford wheelchair lead. Ball in dispute towards the middle. Underarm pass from Orchard. That's going to be a no score. Of course, only the forwards in the blue wristbands can score. The centres can cross into all parts of the ground. They wear the yellow wristbands. And, of course, the defenders can move into the centre and the defensive third. This here is Siraj Habib having plenty of touches of the ball. And he just thumps that one on its way. Tried to get it on the bump ball, did Rick Leonard. Chop of the arms. A free kick going away. South Australia have got the ascendancy in this game. Not by much, though. A little bit too much on the pass. Skills just haven't quite been up to the normal standard between these two teams. A lot of that coming down to some of the defensive pressure, of course. It's been good since coming on. Jake Billsborough really liked his attack. Is it wearing the blue wristband, so he is a forward. Can have a ping. Billsborough from downtown. Vanderhoek with the interception. And can they get the counter-attack going? Over the top, Dobby Bridges goes to Orchard. He thought about going over the top to Carlson. Underarm pass, works out. Carlson plays on and Carlson misses. Some of these South Australian players and coaches a little bit frustrated with the call. Fair enough too. It looked like it was holding the ball from my angle. He's been very strong as Rick Leonard holding on to some marks. There's no one on the mark if he does want to just improve the angle. Floats it up. Dobby Bridges. Who else? Also, big congratulations in order to Michael Dobby Bridges. Won the AFL National Disability Inclusion Ambassador of the Year Award. It's quite the mouthful, that one, isn't it? The AFL National Disability Inclusion Ambassador of the Year. We might have to try figure out how way to shorten that one going forward. Let's play on. Umpire with a premature whistle. So it's going to be a ball up instead. Carlson couldn't quite hold on to the mark. It'll be thrown up. It's been a great match-up in the middle between Rick Leonard and Dan Vanderhoek. Kept in nicely. Falls there to Joshua Boyle. Gives it back to Michael Dobby Bridges. Low scoring affair here. South Pine Sporting Complex. 3-8 as it stands at the moment. Under 3 minutes till half time. Queensland's had a lot of the ball, a lot of territory. Just have not been able to manufacture a goal. If it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Joshua Boyle. He's been fantastic. Although, as soon as I say that, Zach Carlson will line up. Can he be the man to finally put one on the board here for Queensland? 2.5 minutes remaining, right in front of us here in the broadcast booth. A bit of TV time if he wants it. Oh. So, as we have a look, I believe there might have been some illegal blocking, maybe a warning. Let's have a look. So it's going to be a free kick to Joshua Boyle. There was an illegal block between Billsborough and Habib. And Boyle can line up. He's got the journey, but Carlson, he's a zippy player. Look at that. It's beautiful movement. A few words shared between Richard Davis and Billsborough. Was that Carlson, and Richard Davis. Was lining up. Here's Carlson. And there we go. Queensland finally on the board. They take the lead by 1 point with under 2 minutes remaining till half-time. So Zach Carlson there with the major out of the Morningside Panthers. 21 goals in 7 games in the Queensland Wheelchair Football League. And then in the Q Clash, which is, of course, the annual Wheelchair AFL game between Gold Coast and Brisbane. He had 18 goals in 2 games as a bouncing ball goes through. A fantastic finish from Trevor Jarrett. The instant reply, South Australia go back up, and all of a sudden this game's been broken wide open. Carlson trying to find Boyle. Habib gets his hands on the footy, needs to get rid of it and does. Underarm pass, just missing Leonard. Rick, that is. Dobby Bridges picks it up, finds a teammate, not quite. Taking a spill was Davis. Players certainly aren't afraid to share their opinions with the umpires in this wonderful competition. Carlson was asking for a hold to no avail. It'll be thrown back up, I believe, with 43 seconds on the clock. South Australia 2-2-14, Queensland 1-3-9. Oh, lovely tap. Carlson takes his time, belts through his second. And what is going on in this game? No one could buy a goal for the first 2 quarters. We've had about 3 in 90 seconds. It's just always the way, isn't it? How often do we see that? So 1 point, or 1 point, should I say. The Maroons back up, or potentially holding the ball. Umpire lets it go. Not many seconds left on the clock. Queensland ball. Still time to score. The stop clock's at 6 seconds. They need to double team Boyle. It's going to be a South Australia ball, so disregard everything I just said. And South Australia potentially pinch one before the zone. They can't. But I tell you what, do not go anywhere. We've got a game on the cards. It's Queensland, the home state, leading South Australia by 1 point for 2024 Toyota AFL Open. My name is Austin Kruger, and we will see you after the break.
Since 58, if it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot to something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Since 58, if it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, This cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
We are back live from the South Island Sporting Complex, Reddale, Queensland, for the 2024 Toyota AFL Open. A new era has begun for the National Wheelchair Championships and Inclusion Carnival, two events that were previously held separately, being merged together in 2024 to create what is now called Toyota AFL Open. Thank you to Toyota being the major partner, do a lot of great work around the country when it comes to football and AFL, and we are beyond grateful for all of their support. My name is Austin Kruger here on KO Sports, KO Freebies, and the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. Hope you're all enjoying the broadcast. We've got a great game on here at Court 1. Queensland 2-3-15, leading South Australia 2-2-14, 1 point in it, 1 half to go. Both teams playing for a bit of pride. We're going to be out of contention as far as the Division 1 Grand Final is concerned. But this will all go in towards placing. Potentially a little bit of a hold there from Orchard. On Stuart Webster. Umpire lets it go. Taking a bit of a slip and just went right over the Sharon there. South Australia well coached from Yang Dan and of course Nathan Pepper doing some great work. Queensland, Michael Dobby Bridges, coach and captain. Also coaching apparently and playing. David Lake, Tammy Lauritsen are the assistants, with Becky McDonald being the team manager. We're just waiting for play to resume. So it's going to be a ball up between Vanderhook and Rick Leonard. Orchard gets rid of it quickly. Lovely pick up. Great ball movement. Carlson, who found Dobby Bridges, who just speared that pass into Boyle over the top, floats it in, the double fist. Works out nicely there for Rick Leonard over the shoulders to Suraj Habib. South Australia playing some showreel stuff at the moment. There's just been a quick pause in the game, allowing Emily Pay to get back onto her chair. 4 by 7 minute quarters for the divisional games. That's going to move to 10-minute quarters tomorrow. Suraj Habib, a long way from home. He's been excellent in defence. How's that for a pass? Reels it in with the one hand as well, does Rick Leonard. Now is Stuart Webster. South Australia looking to gain the early ascendancy here in the second half. Webster, with no one on the goal line, can take matters into his own hands. It's exactly what he does. What a finish. Lovely stuff there from Stuart Webster out of the Central District Football Club. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. South Australia now with 3 individual goal scorers. Stuart Webster, Trevor Jarrett and Grant Leonard. For Queensland, 2 goals, both going to Zach Carlson. 5 minutes and change left in this term. Suraj Habib. Is he going to go for the famous, just bang it forward into the direction of Leonard. Hits the head of Vanderhook, lands to Orchard, just has a bit of a fumble. Lovely tap back into play off the chair of Habib. Starting to lift. The intensity is rising. And Carlson, unopposed, drops the mark, gives it back to Vanderhook. Oh, the South Australia players are claiming that it was hit the ground first. And Boyle, easy as you like, lines up. South Australia's not going to be happy with that. Both teams out of contention for the Division 1 Grand Final. Queensland went undefeated in the Lightning Cup, going 8-0, and then got touched up by both Victoria teams yesterday and really sunk their hopes to try and bring the first title into this Queensland side that have developed so well the past 3 years when it comes to wheelchair AFL. Of course, going up against South Australia, who really were the pioneers of this wonderful game. Many years ago, back in 2015 at the RAAF base, South Australia won the first 4 national championships. Victoria Metro have won the past 2. Just teetering on the line was Orchard. 1 point ball game. Queensland looking to make it a 2-score game. Vanderhoek's a centre position player, so we've got to find a forward. And Habib just couldn't quite time it. Boyle plays on. Boyle with 2 very quick goals, and Queensland starting to look ominous here in the second half. They lead by 7 points. 3.5 remaining in the third. Austin Kruger here live for Toyota AFL Open. Still got 1 game to come as well. Northern Territory up against RSL. Vanderhoek. Habib happy to see that one out of bounds.
Come on, Jam. Take it back. Go back.
Just having a little listen into some of the chatter on the sidelines. It's always entertaining as Carlson. Good sportsmanship shown from Rick Leonard and the 2 South Australia players to allow Carlson to get back on his chair. Siraj Habib. He just loves finding his teammate in Rick Leonard, doesn't he? Really liked Habib's game. And that's a wheel explosion, everyone. Don't worry, there has not been a shooting. For those new to wheelchair AFL, that does happen from time to time. The wheels just go bang. And I think the heat is really causing some issues with some of the chairs. Maybe it's starting to expand a bit more because we've had just a few more explosions than we're normally used to seeing. We've got some quick pick change here. As Vanderhoek gets his hands back on it, over the top. One-handed, nearly, couldn't quite. Dobby Bridges puts it into space. It's going to be a race between Habib and Boyle. That's going to be no score. Queensland versus South Australia. There's plenty of fight. There's plenty of intensity. There's plenty of fire between these 2 sides. Touch play on this. Does the umpire. Oh, really took out the umpire's toes there. Was Orchard out of bounds? He wasn't. It's going to be Dobby Bridges to bring him back in. Can they try to get a late goal and really put the clamps down on the South Australian side? This storied South Australia, rich history of wheelchair AFL. Queensland, the up-and-comers, the new kids on the block. Dobby Bridges finding Zach Carlson, the 2 teammates of the Morningside Panthers. Carlson and Boyle unopposed in the forward line. And that goal, well, he's got to convert it first, but Alison Mosley put on a very strong block against Habib and Leonard that allowed Boyle to get that space. Looking for his 3rd in the 3rd quarter. They're up by 13 points. A sizable buffer for the home state of Queensland. And there we go, 3-quarter time here at the South Pine Sporting Complex in Brendale. It's Queensland with a 13-point lead coming into the final term. My name is Austin Kruger. We'll see you shortly.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to Toyota AFL Open. We're live at the South Point Sports Complex. Queensland up against South Australia. And Queensland, with their 3-1 third quarter, are up by 13 points. But South Australia looking to get the quick start. Rick Leonard playing in the centre position, so we can't score. Billsborough trying to find some space, as is Jarrett. Oh, one-handed. How was that? Beautiful stuff there. Out of the Woodville West Torrens. Here's Jarrett. Of course, Woodville West Torrens, they went undefeated in the AFL Wheelchair League, winning the grand final against Norwood. Jarrett, as he swung it back, he has. It is game on. Jarrett gets his second. And just like that, he's back to a 7-point ball game. One-hander, lovely finish. Bang that one in. Habib trying to, just elected to, might have been trying to tap it back into play. Six minutes remaining in this contest. Boyle, who had 3 goals in that third quarter, has really been the difference maker for Queensland throughout. Just finding their teammate there in Zach Carlson. Carlson got the first 2 of the game for Queensland. Since then, it's been all Boyle. Carlson's within range, there's no one on the goal line. So Carlson will go to Vanderhoek, centre position player. So he has to try find a teammate in a blue wristband, which is Joshua Boyle. And Carlson, underarm pass, puts a little block on, and he gets it. The Queenslanders, instant reply. They are pumped up on the sidelines. Carlson's got 3. Boyle's got 3. Queensland extend the lead back to 13 points. Back in the middle. Tap. Oh, big collision. Just crashing in was Richard Davis and Carlson. Rick Leonard just coming out of his chair. Vanderhoek, centre, back to Boyle. Was that touched? It was not. Boyle's got 4. Habib's not happy. And just like that, South Australia got the first of the term. Queensland answered back with the next 2. $19 points the margin. South Australia need a quick reply. Boyle. Oh, Carlson will swoop on that one. Just didn't quite get the bounce. Habib's got a couple to beat. Underarm pass back in the direction of Vanderhoek. Ball in dispute. That's going to be a ball up. It's going to be Rick Leonard up against Vanderhoek. Thrown back into play here at the South Pine Sporting Complex. A little twist and turn from Van der Hoek, finding Carlson. Ball in dispute between him and Richard Davis. It's going to be interesting to see how this one's called. Should be South Australia ball. Yep, it's going to be South Australia ball. Jake Billsborough, as I mentioned before, 27 goals in 9 games in the Sample Wheelchair Football League. Over the top to Rick Leonard. Full stretch, couldn't quite reel in the mark in Queensland. They've got their fingers on the 4 points as it stands right now. Van der Hoek taking the mark. He's been fantastic in that centre position. Underarm pass back to Dobby Bridges. Goes back to Van der Hoek. Didn't get much territory. They're just waiting for the right option. Dobby Bridges got to be careful not to cross into the offensive third. Rick Leonard. That's going to be a ball up, allowing Leonard to get back in his chair. And good to see a couple of the players sharing a bit of a smile and a laugh. As I've mentioned before, this game not going to mean too much in the context of the grand scheme of things, as Victoria Metro has qualified into the grand final. And it's going to be either Tasmania or Victoria Country that meet them in that match. So this game is just going to be for the other placement, whether it's going to be a third, a fourth, or fifth finish. At the end of the competition, which will finish tomorrow, was that 3 metres. Zach Carlson will be paid the mark and can put through the sealer. He's got 3. Carlson has been a little bit inaccurate throughout the day, and he's missed to the right. Game still on here. 3:25 on the clock. Austin Kruger here live for the Toyota AFL Open. The Inclusion Carnival games going as well that you can catch on the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. Yandy and the crew delivering all the broadcasts there, doing an excellent job. Ball back in towards the middle of the court. Little tap back into play from Davis as that one just trickles out of bounds. It's going to be Queensland ball. It'll be Tristan Orchard. Bring him back in. Got one more game this afternoon. It's going to be between Northern Territory and RSL Active. Can Northern Territory register their first ever win within the Wheelchair National AFL Championships? It's going to be must-see TV as Van der Hoek to Carlson. He needs 2 hands. Certainly not Zach Carlson. 18 goals in 2 games for Brizzy in the Q-Clash series earlier this year. Van der Hoek, centre position players, got to find a player with the blue wristband. Boyle. Habib's done an excellent job in defence on him, just tracking him down. You're going to have to go back to Dobby Bridges. Carlson, just back yourself in. Very quick player is Carlson. He's very hard to defend. Just in the accuracy, letting him down, and on cue misses to the right. 22 points, 2 minutes on the clock. Nearly all done for the day. It's been a massive week here in Queensland for the players, all the staff and people organising the event. There's a great little deflection there. Tristan Orchard, 2024 best and fairest player, the Redcliffe Tigers. There's Rick Leonard finding Suraj Habib. He's going to give it back to Leonard. Jarrett trying to hunt it down. And paddled out of bounds from Davis. Dobby Bridges to bring Queensland back into play. It'll be a nice moment for Queensland. A well-deserved victory. Over the top. Underarm pass to Carlson and spilt over the line. Just hasn't quite been his day. He's still been impressive, has Carlson, with 3 goals and really got them going in that first quarter. Or second quarter, should I say. Queensland was scoreless, or goalless, with 2 behinds in the first quarter. And it was Carlson with 2 for himself in the second. It was Boyle with 3 in the third. There's Rick Leonard. He's sharing in hand. Minute and change left in this game. It's going to be the final matchup in the divisional series for these two squads. We've just had a nice waft of the rubber burning on the deck here. It's a great smell. Long way from home is Orchard. Dobby Bridges now. "20 seconds on the clock, Vanderhoek. The Queenslanders just playing it around with themselves at the moment, just moving it around. Easy as you like. And it'll be a fitting moment here for Carlson. If he could finish this game off with a major, got to be careful not to play on as the siren is about to sound. Carlson for his 4th major here for Queensland. They've got the win. Carlson comes in and just misses. And just like that, Queensland with a big victory over South Australia. 7-7, 49 to 4-2, 26. We've got one more game left for you this afternoon here on AFL Play's YouTube channel and KO Sports. That's going to be between RSL Active and the Northern Territory Thunder. That's going to start at 3 p.m, I believe. So we're going to get ready for that next game. My name's Austin Kruger. It's been a pleasure to be joined alongside you, and I'll be back shortly for our final game of the day.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out, over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure, not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the day here for the first day of broadcast for the Toyota AFL Open. We are live from the South Pine Sporting Complex in Queensland. It's put on a fantastic show for us over the past week or so. And as I mentioned, the final game of the day is going to be a Division 2 matchup between the Northern Territory Thunder and the Return Service League Australia. The grand finals are already set. It will be New South Wales up against RSL tomorrow, but Northern Territory will be searching for their first win within the Wheelchair Championships. My name is Austin Kruger, and join alongside Aidan Shaw, the CEO of Disability Sports Australia. Aidan, thank you for joining me on the commentary team.
Today, I'm thrilled to be here, and how good is footy?
It's fantastic. And Aidan, you've obviously had a lot to do with the championships over the years. It's been wonderful to see it progress over time.
Well, as you know, Aussie, the sport started from Australian Defence Force personnel who are coming back and wanting to get involved in this great sport, and creating those opportunities for them is where it's originated from. And Kevin Faulkner's here, the originator of the sport. It's just so good to see how far it's come as we get underway.
Certainly do. So, as mentioned, Northern Territory up against the RSL. Bringing the ball back in. With the Northern Territory. Will be Letters moving it around nicely now with James Chapman over the top.
That was a good piece of play.
I know, just couldn't quite hold on to the mark. Could mark him.
I think that the idea that every state and territory is represented is far beyond what we would have thought in that first competition. It's just come such a long way, and to now have the inclusion division with wheelchair just adds another layer. I think AFL and Toyota have done an amazing job bringing it together and taking it to new heights.
I mean, do you want to touch on what it was like in sort of those initial years? Of course, it was probably not quite what it was today, and maybe not every state and territory even had a team represented back then.
It's a very good reflection. It was, so we just have a handball coming through here. Bit of a turnover to number 11.
Yeah, James Chapman with a nice interception there, and is wearing the blue wristband, so is a forward. Can try pass it off. Went to try and find the centre player there in Melissa Dunn, but just going to trickle out of bounds, and Tim O'Connor will bring this one back in for RSL.
The first ever wheelchair AussieRules Carnival, as it was known, had a team from Victoria, a team from Tasmania, South Australia, a Defence Force team, and RSL.
Yep.
And that's what it was for the first couple of years. It was a very different competition, and we're very lucky that through the hard work of a lot of dedicated individuals, AFL's been able to open up so many opportunities to the point that from 2022 we've had every state and territory involved as Northern Territory line up for their first for the afternoon. But through the engagement of AFL states and territories along with Disability Sports Australia members, it's become the sport we now know as AFL Wheelchair. And the whole underlying premise from us was that we want to make the great game accessible for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic.
Great.
Even to see Northern Territory over the past couple of years in their development. I know that they haven't had to draft as many players this year. They've been able to find players from their state and really develop their league. They haven't quite won that game yet, but even just watching them play, and here we go, an opportunity for Markham and O'Connor on the goal line, saving a certain goal.
Northern Territory is a great example again after COVID in 2022 when we did our first Wheelchair AFL National Championships in Melbourne. Their team was made up primarily of Melbourne and Victorian players, and to see where it's come now with a local program, I mean, Will from AFL, they're doing a wonderful job, and Disability Sport Northern Territory played a role in that first year of getting the players here, but again, we see the value when an AFL program integrates it into their whole of football program. A great attempt there.
Yeah, Chapman looked good initially, but just at the last second drifted away. And O'Connor from RSL Active also represents Collingwood in the Community Wheelchair Football League down in Victoria, of course. A wonderful player, great man, and bouncing ball just goes a bit askew. Letters. Will be pinned. There's been some great sportsmanship shown, and Northern Territory have come close in a few games so far in Division 2 that feels like they're getting closer to getting that elusive first victory as Moraldo takes a lovely mark here. He's been in fine form as Sam Moraldo, coming off 7 goals in a win against New South Wales earlier today. Just directing a little bit of traffic, trying to get the first major after Northern Territory really has dominated the territory. Moraldo goes back and slots it.
Great goal for Sam Moraldo there. And I think that's the thing, Aussie. It's an all-inclusive sport, all genders, all backgrounds. It doesn't matter what disability a person may happen to have. There is an opportunity and a place for them in this sport.
And it's wonderful because we know wheelchair basketball, of course, and wheelchair rugby have had their communities for a little while, but wheelchair AFL just continues to grow and grow each year. And for all the football lovers out there, getting the ability to represent your state or territory or your favourite club, whether that be in Victoria or Queensland or Western Australia, I can't imagine how much it means to the players.
The ball goes out there, and I think the players will have seen. We're talking to Sam Moraldo, who just scored that goal before. The first competition was 3 days, a Thursday to Saturday, because that was where they could fit it in the schedule. And to have the courts booked out since Thursday to Tuesday. Again, investment in this sport is giving the players the most optimal opportunity to be involved. And it's become, I remember talking to players years ago, and representing the state doesn't mean as much as it does now.
Yeah.
And you can see that in the players where they talk about not just representing a Collingwood. A Ben Jankowski wants to not just win a premiership at Collingwood. His aim for this competition is to win his first premiership with Victoria because he hasn't got there. So you saw the story of WA last year. I mean, the progression that the states are having in this sport, it's evolved from a community program to one of the teams.
Yeah.
To
an elite sport. And this is the top level of that. There's a lovely mark taken there from Melissa Dunn, who's played an excellent role throughout the Carnival in that centre position. Of course, the centre plays in the yellow wristbands. We've got about 90 seconds till the quarter-time break, and Northern Territory try pinch a goal before the siren as O'Connor trying to belt that one out of the pack. A little bit of contact there. Ball in dispute. Picked up eventually. Maybe a bit of high contact. Underarm pass. Beautiful build up to Dunn. Going to have to try get the shot away. And bounces through. A beauty does James Chapman.
How good is that?
That's one of the best plays I've seen all day. That was fantastic.
And to have the goal awareness and know where to put that. And often you have got these players that come from other sports and they don't want to go back to their sports because they love AFL wheelchair so much. It's wonderful to see. As Moraldo, he might sneak one in just before.
He's a classy player. The instant reply there from RSL after Northern Territory got on the board. Moraldo might just take out the Division 2 scoring title the way things are looking at the moment. 30 seconds on the clock.
I'm sure he knows exactly how many goals he's scored for this competition.
The players always know.
Beautiful piece of play from Northern Territory.
Play on, says the umpires. Seconds continue to tick down.
Someone's lost their glasses, as often happens.
Tim O'Connor, I'm surprised they haven't broken yet. He copped 2 Falcons in the last game, right on the middle of the nose.
Bit of a rugby pass there.
Yes.
Danielle Hale passes it off, and that's a beautiful mark as the siren goes to the end of the first quarter. So it's close, Aussie.
It certainly is. Only 4 points in it, but still an opportunity here for Mel Cruz, and a little deflection. Well done. I'm not sure the players were quite aware that the quarter-time siren went, but it has. And there we go. RSL 2 straight 12, leading Northern Territory. It's quarter time. A little bit of confusion.
We love footy, but we're not at the 10-minute quarters yet. That'll be tomorrow for finals.
So there we go. An entertaining, dramatic first quarter comes to an end here at the South Pine Sports Complex. We're joined alongside Aidan Shaw, the CEO of Disability Sports Australia, myself, Austin Kruger. We'll have a short break before we come back for the second term.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to Toyota AFL Open in the sunny state of Queensland. The previously separated events of the Inclusion Carnival National Wheelchair Championships have been merged together in 2024 to create AFL Open. We've got a Division 2 matchup on the cards at the moment. There's only 4 points in it. RSL Active leading NT 2 straight 12 to 1-2-8. Austin Kruger's my name, and I'm joined alongside Aidan Shaw from Disability Sports Australia, who's... Geez, how many carnivals is this for you now, Aidan? Have you been there since the very first one, or...?
I missed the first one.
Yeah.
But since 2018,
wow.
I've been involved in a variety of different ways.
Yes.
Like pass the ball back in. First year supporting the Victorian team when I was at Disability Sport and Recreation. And then from 2022, overseeing delivery and the management of it. So I reckon this would be number 5 for me.
There you go. Yeah, this is my third one. I just wouldn't miss it for the world. It's one of my favourite events on the calendar, just getting to come in and see all the players, and a lovely pass there coming from Cruz to find Barker. He's a very entertaining player to watch. Here's James Barker. He moves around, he plays with a lot of passion, and just hitting that one on the wrong side of the hand. He's got both hands in the head, but some smiles shared.
Well, it'll be nearly 10 years since the first carnival in 2 years' time. So I know Tasmania's trying to organise a few celebrations for that, but yeah, it's certainly very different to the first couple. As Northern Territory move it beautifully, going for Thomas.
Oh, just couldn't quite get the pass away in time. Could Melissa Dunn. Unfortunate there, but still RSL a long way from home, trying to move this one up the ground. RSL confirmed into the grand final.
You can see Owen's looking to go one out in the forward line for Northern Territory.
Yeah, he'll be up against O'Connor. And there we go, an opportunity does arise.
Oh, beautiful.
So I believe the ball's going to be brought back in towards the middle as there was a free kick awarded. I believe it's going to be NT's ball. Might be Zara Chapman or Melissa Dunn. No, it's going to go to RSL, so disregard everything I said.
It did look that way.
Yeah. The looks can be deceiving, so O'Connor just got to be careful not to cross into that offensive third.
We're watching Barker here.
Yes, lovely pass, good work. James Chapman in towards the forward line, was trying to find the option in Thomas Owens. But just a minor score there. 139 to Northern Territory. It was James Chapman who got the first for RSL. 2 goals to Sam Moraldo. We're live on KO Sports and KO Freebies. There's a great mark taken. Andy Core also plays for Hawthorn down in Victoria. O'Connor just spilling the mark. Some nervous moments for the RSL players. Good spoil coming from Letters. An opportunity to try and get their hands back on it. Eventually trickled out.
Northern Territory are taking it up to RSL.
They certainly are.
I think they can sniff a first win.
I mean, It would be fantastic to see. It'd be well deserved, this Northern Territory side. They had some great moments last year in Melbourne, of course. And playing on the tackle laid, holding the ball. James Chapman. How good has James Chapman been? He's been everywhere.
And the court coverage is outstanding.
And it's great to see a forward getting up the ground a little bit, putting on the defensive acts. Forwards aren't always known for doing the dirty work, so we love to see that. And off to Zara Chapman, spilling the mark.
I think that's something that is, in recent years, really evolved, is the tactics you do see in wheelchair AFL. It mirrors the great game. There's different combinations, and I think classification has opened up that door. Oh, Thomas!
There we go.
Thomas Owens with the mark in the forward line.
A great grab from Owens. He'll line up for goal for the Northern Territory Thunder to put them back in front. Is it gone through? He's got it. Thomas Owens from the Northern Territory Thunder gets the goal. A great moment as everyone here at the South Pine Sports Complex is celebrating. And Northern Territory take the lead.
That might be the Toyota Player of the Day.
I think so.
That mark.
That was great. It just stuck in the midst nicely there.
Oh, look at the replay.
And that all started with a great defensive act from James Chapman. Got it up the ground. Oh, the one-handers. Great game on the cards. What a way to finish off the first day of broadcast here for Toyota AFL Open. Can they get him another one, or just couldn't quite get the connection on the pass? O'Connor in towards the forward line, trickling towards. Won't be a score. Whoever can get their hands on it first. And it might just be getting brought back, and we nearly got cleaned up from behind as well there, Hayden.
I felt something.
Of course, luckily we've got the barriers this year. That is a nice touch. Of course, we've got two courts going at the moment. It's Victoria Metro up against Tassie over on the other court. Looks like
progress score is a close one.
27-19 in favour of Metro.
We know Victorians will be crossing their fingers hoping that Metro can win by enough to sneak Country in.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
And I think that's been the best part of this competition, is RSL about to bring it back in. The growth in some of these teams that maybe historically haven't been as strong. I mean, Tasmania's always punched above its weight in this competition, but to be a clear second after winning Division 2 last year, and taking it up to all the Division 1 teams this year, that's been driven by, again, AFL Tasmania and Paraquad Tasmania.
Oh, lovely shots. Mel Cruz
growing a really clear pathway from beginner to elite. The recent introduction of wheelchair, Auskick, and so many initiatives that mean from any age someone can get involved and represent their state as well. The ball comes back in.
Take a lot of joy getting to run the NAB Wheelchair Auskick program back in Melbourne. It's one of the highlights of the week. It's a lot of fun, and I tell you what, those kids, we just crash and bash into each other. I've had some people watch on before saying, "You sure should be going that hard?" I'm like, mate, they're the ones that are coming at me. So we have a lot of fun doing that, and it's anything to show. Another opportunity potentially arises. Oh, the siren sounds. I think the players are aware of it this time. And at halftime, RSL 3 straight 18, and they lead the Northern Territory Thunder 2-3-15. Thomas Owens and James Chapman with singles apiece. Sam Moraldo with 2, along with a single for Mel Cruz. Austin Kruger joined alongside Aidan Shaw. We're going to have a break here for halftime. We'll see you shortly.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back everyone to Toyota AFL Open. This is the National Wheelchair Championships from the South Mine Sporting Complex. Division 2 matchup between RSL Active and Northern Territory Thunder. Half-time score reads RSL 3 straight 18, Northern Territory 2-3 15. Monster Cougars my name. Joined alongside Aidan Shaw, the CEO of Disability Sports Australia. And Aidan, we might have just had the moment of the tournament there in the second quarter with Thomas Owens getting his major.
And a cracker of a match to finish the day off. Owens' mark and goal. I've seen some good wheelchair footy moments, but that is right up there.
It certainly was. It was a great mark. It was one-handed. And a nice finish in front of goals as the ball in dispute. The umpire might be forced to intervene soon. Moraldo.
Beautifully at the back.
Yeah.
And I think, as we know, Ozzy, there's no match that doesn't mean something to the players.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
RSL might be in the grand final, but NT, they're taking it right up to them.
Of course, NT searching for their first win. And we've seen in the inclusion carnival, Aidan, that Northern Territory made the jump up into Division 1 this year, and they're starting to surprise a few teams. So Northern Territory really on the rise.
Well, I thought it could be to do with the weather as well, because when I got to the venue today, I was sweating bullets, and
yes.
The NT team looked at me like, "What are you complaining about?"
This is an overcast day.
This is just pleasant for us. No, but in all seriousness, the growth of the competition in some of these states that Northern Territory is another one that's always punched above its weight in the Inclusion Carnival. So I think, again, collaboration between the AFL states and territories and those disability organisations. I know Total Recreation and the NT have put in a huge amount of work with AFL NT to grow that pathway in conjunction with Sport Inclusion Australia.
It's great to see as
NT bring it back in. I've been really impressed with the ball movement of NT all competition.
I like their utilisation of the underarm pass too. I think trying to get that sort of free-flowing affair. And, of course, for those unaware of some of the rules, a underarm pass is the equivalent of a handball in AFL, and the handball would be the equivalent of a kick.
5 aside.
Yes.
As the ball comes back in.
Big 1-v-1. Can they get the bounce? It's going in towards.
Good interception.
Oh, it was Luke Olofsson there. On the last line of defence was Rye Shawcroft from RSL Active. 4-point ball game. Of course, with grand final day on tomorrow, it's going to be a jam-packed day. We've got the celebrity activation game as well. I'm not sure if we're allowed to share any of the names as of yet, but
all I can confirm is I'm not in it this year. I think I was banned after last year.
I've actually been trying to get onto the game as well, Adam. I've learnt a few things from the Wheelchair Auskick kids, and I feel like
I think anytime you play a coach in Wheelchair Aussie Rules or Wheelchair AFL, you want to have a bit of skill, and unfortunately I did not have that skill, but
it's you know, you see the goals on the picture and you might think that, you know, you'd be able to come out there and really make a difference, but once you get on the chair, it's all of a sudden those goals just get thinner and thinner. It's very hard.
There's no greater humble moment than trying to play Wheelchair AFL for the first time in a sports chair and versing some of these athletes in their natural element. Moraldo passes it off. And back to Moraldo. I'll tell you what, Sammy Moraldo, long-time player of the sport, still got it.
Yeah, bit of Moraldo magic. The first ever game of Wheelchair AFL I collated was Sam Moraldo. I think he had about 4 goals in the last 5 minutes to create a draw in the preliminary final, and of course it was my first real experience into the game, and I was just absolutely gobsmacked while still trying to commentate and understand what happens in the event of a draw. Luckily I had Bailey White next to me, the guru.
Barker tries to get it to a teammate.
Yes, RSL's just pushing away a little bit now. It's a 10-point margin. Got 3 minutes left in this third term.
Well, you missed yesterday, Aussie. We had a draw at the end of the Lightning Carnival between Queensland and Tasmania.
Oh, wow. Oh, nice finish.
Beautiful finish there.
I think New South Wales and RSL also had a draw.
They did.
I'm hoping maybe we get one tomorrow in one of the finals.
Every chance, but I'm not sure if we've got overtime tomorrow, Aussie, so we have to stop the draws.
No overtime?
Oh, I think we'll have it. Here we go. Moraldo brings it back in.
Yeah, they're starting to look good here. Really starting to warm up.
Flicking a little bit of a switch, the RSL Active crew.
Yeah. I think Barker coming on has made a bit of a difference. He's a fierce competitor, and we can hear on the sidelines that everyone's telling him to go back and have a shot, and that's what Barker will do. And a lovely finish.
Great finish, yeah. And RSL Active are just starting to pull away a little bit as we start that, and then we finish the third quarter.
It'll be confirmed RSL New South Wales ACT Rolling Rams grand final.
For Div 2, but Div 1 still very open.
Yeah, so Vic Metro has qualified. It's going to come down between Victoria Country and Tasmania. And what a jump. Oh, an opportunity here for Northern Territory. Couldn't quite. O'Connor just spilling. Olofsson in front of the goals. And there we go. The Thunder are on fire. Luke Olofsson.
Teams from all sides come to him. How good is football?
That is just fantastic. We've had some magical moments in this game that really personify what Toyota AFL Open is all about. And as we can see there, Aidan, with the RSL players also getting around them as well. That's that's really, they're the kind of moments that stick with you, and it's just beautiful to see. Since goosebumps all around.
Open for everyone is the catch cry of the AFL Open, and the game is open to all. When you see it in this competition, you're seeing it in the wheelchair league in particular, moments where you've got the inclusion division getting around the wheelchair crew and vice versa. Just as someone watching, it's a beautiful sight as Moraldo might be lining up. What's his number, 4?
Yeah, he's got 4, so he'll be lining up for 5.
And he passes it off.
Unselfish.
Beautiful ball to Barker.
There's some good defence there from Melissa Dunn, but Barker just a little bit too strong in the contest. Of course, Barker is also travelled to Germany for the wheelchair basketball last year as the siren sounds for three-quarter time. It was
a little bit off target, that one.
It certainly was, but Olofsson there for the NT Thunder along with Thomas Owens and James Chapman, all hitting the scoreboard for RSL active Sam Moraldo and James Barker with 4 and then 1 goal apiece. Austin Kruger joined alongside Aidan Shaw. We're going to take our final break of the day before we come back for the full-time siren.
Charlton, just a little boggy, sir.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to Toyota AFL Open as we're just looking at some of the instant replay there. Thomas Owens from Northern Territory Thunder with a brilliant mark and converting a goal there. A fantastic finish, and along with James Chapman and Luke Olofsson all hitting the scoreboard. RSL do hold a 22-point lead coming into the last quarter. Austin Kruger's my name. We're here live on KO Sports, KO Freebies, and the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. And we're joined alongside Aidan Shaw, the CEO of Disability Sports Australia, who's done some wonderful work in this space over the years. And Aidan, you've also gave me my first start pretty much in the commentary box as well. So it's not just on court as well, but off court. You've just provided so much to so many people, and it's a real pleasure to be sharing the mic with you yet again.
I'm very honoured to be here, Aussie, and someone that has started at one of these events to see where you've gotten to I'm proud, to be honest. I think anytime anyone invests themselves in this sport and in disability sport, they'll get a great outcome. And
yep.
You've seen that through the Victorian Wheelchair Football League, progressing from commentating to supporting, delivering, participation. Once you're in it, you're in it. It's a beautiful sector to work within.
And I think really the thing I'd take the most out of it is just the community and the friendships that I've been able to sort of share and have, even just rocking up yesterday and getting this one just bouncing in towards Northern Territory Thunder. Yeah, that was lovely work. But rocking up yesterday and just seeing all the players, even from Victoria and other states, and, you know, sharing hugs and just being a part of that community and, you know, just being welcomed in, it's really special and something I'll always hold very close to my heart.
And it's opened a lot of doors, not just for people like yourself, but for some of the players. Some of the players have gone on to meaningful employment at AFL clubs, and you never know what doors it does open up for people. I think, again, part of the joy from where it started is bringing in the player insights and their opinions into the growth of the sport. It's not just sport administrators making decisions, it's the players guiding the sport to where it's gotten to. So it's a beautiful pass there. And then seeing that evolution as we spoke about earlier, tactics and the way that people perceive these games and the pride that they have putting on these jumpers.
Oh, it's a nice little transition here from Northern Territory, but Blunt will get to it first.
And again, just the idea that anyone can play the sport and that you can represent your state and represent, you know, we've got feeder events going into this, like the Q Clash.
Yes.
You've got the Victorian Wheelchair Football League, Wheelchair Sports New South Wales and AFL New South Wales still have affiliation with AFL clubs. So that's been probably the best part of community, is it's become part of these AFL clubs and the fabric. And from a personal perspective, I really commend both Toyota and AFL on unlocking these opportunities for these athletes, but there's so many other people that have played a role in getting it to where it is today. So yeah, it takes real leadership to bring wheelchair sports to life like this and provide these opportunities as well as the ball.
And even just disability sports as a whole. I mean, we had the recent Paralympics with, you know, the coverage of that was amazing, and I feel like the space is really just growing and growing each year, and it's a really exciting time to be a part of. And, you know, luckily for people like me, you know, there's pioneers that, you know, like yourself or Tim Neal, Kevin Faulkner, that have worked so hard for so long to get it into a position now where, you know, where that one's going to bounce towards, I believe that's a no score, but to the point where we're on KO Sports and we're getting the support from the AFL, and it's not just a second thought, it's on the forefront, which is just fantastic.
And I think that's part of the joy, certainly for me, looking at this sport objectively. Probably gone over there, travelling there. But to see disability sport move from just an awareness piece to now genuine moving the dial on participation and providing those opportunities for anyone to get involved in sport. And at Disability Sports Australia, that's what we're passionate. And we know that not everyone wants to play sport in the same way.
Yes.
People may want to coach or volunteer or actually participate just in a one-off day. So that's, I think, and when you talk about the Paralympics, it puts a spotlight on this amazing group of athletes across sport. And what we hope to see is investment in that over the next few years. And we've seen that recently after the Paralympic Games with that investment from the Australian federal government into the Paralympic pathways and programs. And this sport may not be a para-sport program, but all these athletes can benefit from being involved in it. So
we do have many current and ex-Paralympians that have played within many of the leagues around the states and in the national competition as well, and a lot of them have very quickly fallen in love with the sport.
And I think it's that idea that this sport opens gateways for people into whether it is para-sport or others. Like some of the tactics that work in wheelchair basketball don't work in AFL and some do.
Yes.
I think what's been most pleasing for me over the last year or so is to see the younger generation be able to get involved in the game. And you talked about wheelchair Auskick, and all those things are beyond what we would have comprehended when we first thought of this sport with the conjunction with the Australian Defence Force and Kevin Faulkner. And I was even talking to Kevin the other day, and I said, Kevin, you know, are you happy with where we've gotten to? He said, I love it.
Yeah.
And he said, but, you know, in the long term, his vision is that there is AFL clubs as well involved in this and representing, because that's what a truly national competition can look like in the long term. So, again, not planning ideas, but for us, our work's not necessarily done.
Just getting started.
Engagement partner. Exactly right. And we do that across all sport. I mean, as the ball comes back in. With Paralympics Australia ran the Bupa Tri-Para Sports in every state and territory, because we know people need local opportunities and they need to know what's available for them.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you know, I know many of the players that has pass over the top. Cruz with another goal there. Lovely pass from Moraldo. Good finish. Cruz has got 2 now.
Beautiful piece of play there from RSL Active.
But yeah, many players weren't aware of, I know even Boyle from Queensland, he wasn't aware of wheelchair sports up until the start of the year, and he's come in for Queensland and has had a serious impact, and there's many players in the Vic League that have come to open tryouts, and all of a sudden, a few months later, they get to represent their state. As Cruz again,
beautiful
on
goal to
fire.
Cruz. Well, even today, we run Abilities Unleashed in every state and territory, which is an introduction to sport program that allows people with disability to find a local opportunity. We had a girl here today who participated, and she was the one student that had come from her school. She had never seen the sport of wheelchair AFL before. She thought she couldn't play football.
Yeah.
The Queensland team, I think they've already got their recruit for next year. And again, that's people seeing themselves in others and having role models that don't necessarily always look like them makes it difficult, whereas this sport creates that opportunity because you see so many different people. And often I do get questions around, why is that player walking? It's simple things, and it's explaining it's a all-inclusive sport, and disability looks different for every person. So, and that should be celebrated as RSL Active come back in. I mean, there's a lot of invisible disabilities as well that we may not be aware of. So,
yeah, I've had similar questions, and you know, we could sort of touch on how the classification works. Of course, all the players are classified from 1 to 5, with 5 being the more points on the court. You're allowed 17. So, as you mentioned, there's 1-point players like Anthony Perito who are wheelchair bound, and then there are 5-point players who are able-bodied, and it's open for everyone. And like you said, because I've had similar questions and people sort of have that lack of, and even when I first started, probably wasn't quite aware of those things, and it's been a great learning experience, and urge everyone to learn as well. As Moraldo with another goal.
Beautiful goal from Moraldo. Can we work off an equity and equality model of that everyone should have the opportunity to participate, and you shouldn't be penalising someone because of who they are or what their disability is, but there's also people that might not be able to play at that same level as another person, and that's what classification is. It's ensuring that there's an equality so that people with disability have equal opportunity as those without disability to play in a way that suits them. As RSL Active finish off their divisional games with a strong win, and they're into the grand final in great momentum. But having said that, Northern Territory probably provided 2 of the moments of the day.
Absolutely, they certainly did. It was James Chapman with the first goal, and then Thomas Owens with that fantastic mark, and Luke Olofsson there in the second half with a great finish, provided some wonderful smiles to the Northern Territory side. And Aidan, that's us wrapped up for the day here. I'm going to have a little quick, it looks like Tassie's actually in front against Vic Metro in the dying stages of that game. So it looks like, I've read the scoreboard wrong. There's a bit of a barrier here.
It's very close, and
36-29.
It probably means at this point that it might be a Tassie Vic Metro grand final. So this could be the grand final rematch tomorrow.
It certainly will be. So the games are set tomorrow. The broadcast will start at 10:10 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. The Division 2 grand final is going to be between New South Wales, ACT Rolling Rams, and RSL Active. The Division 1 grand final is going to be Vic Metro up against Tasmania, who were the Division 2 champions from last year. So make sure you are tuning into the broadcast tomorrow on KO Sports, KO Freebies, and the AFLPLAY YouTube channel. Aidan Shaw from Disability Sports Australia, some final words for you on the broadcast here, and thank you very much for joining.
It's a huge pleasure for having me, Aussie, as we see this final moment of Division 2 divisional games. And again, this is community football, people getting around each other, both teams celebrating this competition and being involved. So as behalf of Disability Sports Australia, thank you for having me, and to the AFL and Toyota and all the organisations involved in bringing this great event to life. We're very supportive and thankful to them as well. For us, we're really thrilled to be able to play a small role in bringing this sport to more people.
A small role might be a bit of an understatement there from Aidan Shaw, who's been a pioneer and done some excellent work over the years. We thank Aidan for joining us, and of course the Disability Sports Australia, to Toyota, and what's been a fantastic day of broadcast. Like I said, tomorrow it's going to be the grand final day. We've got the celebrity action game as well. Austin Kruger's been my name. Pleasure to be joined alongside you, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
From game day to every day, turning Australia's favourite sport into Australia's most inclusive sport. At Maple Community Services, we're not just fans of inclusion on the field, we live it off the field too. Our dedicated team provides personalised care and support services that empower every individual to live independently and participate fully in their community. AFL with Maple, able with Maple.
Told him, just a little bog, he said.
Well, the weather's cleared up.
Yeah, we're out. Over.
Cheers, Jim. Oh, here he comes.
Bugger.
Should have known better. You don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Toyota.
Working hard since 58. If it thunders, pours or breaks, if we go where tracks cannot, this cruiser doubles as a cot. There's something I'll tell you for sure. Not a lie, it's almost law. This Land Cruiser drives us home.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.